Hello there, good afternoon and welcome to Double Trouble here at the MODUS Super Series. And it is D-Day for all of the players fighting it out to start and end legs on doubles this week. 6 of them will make it through to finals night. 1 is already there, the Group A winner Jim McEwen, but we will find out the 5 players that will be joining Chucky in the Champions Night that will take place on the stage behind me. Group C is about to start the second day of action. Before we get into it, let's remind you what happened yesterday. There was little joy for Lisa Ashton, who lost all 5 fixtures on day 1 of Group C. Everybody else is in the mix, including the wizard Colin Osborne, who conjured up this magical finish en route to 2 victories. Neil Duff produced a brilliant 1-2-4 checkout in an important win over Kevin Painter. This was one of 3 wins for the former Lakeside champ. The same amount was managed by 2 other players. One was Mark Dubbridge, who managed to produce this flashy finish on a productive day for him. Dubbridge in the race for return to finals night. The other was the artist himself. He has totally turned his week around after losing his first 8 matches and could be on show on Saturday. But Daryl Pilgrim leads the pack after a set of polished performances saw him achieve 8 points. Yeah, Pilgrim played his way to the top of the table. Chris Mason, I know you've always been a big fan of Darren. It looks like he's a big fan of this format.
Yeah, he seems to enjoy it. We had a brief chat with him yesterday afternoon, and yeah, he's loving the opportunity. Something a bit different, freshens things up a bit, and it's a tough group and a tough week, so he'll want to come out on top, that's for sure.
He will, and he is on top of the table, but there is going to be a real race, Chris. There are 3 players on 6, and Colin Osborne very much still in it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lisa mathematically, of course, is still in with a shout, but it's going to be very, very tough to see her even get anywhere near a second spot. I think Kevin Painter looks okay, and we've talked about players before that have struggled in the early part of the week and then slowly built some momentum and some confidence, and maybe he's the guy that will come out of the pack and take that second spot. I can't see Daryl Pilgrim being caught. I think he was head and shoulders. He averaged over 91 for the day yesterday, and that's 10 points clear of his 2 nearest rivals, who both averaged 81. If those numbers stay the same, he's going to be impossible to catch. Yeah,
well, the important numbers this week are the double starts, aren't they? So we're going to have a little look at these. These are the double in for the 3 players that have played all week in this group. Duff, Dubbridge and Painter. You can see their improvement or otherwise as the week has gone on. What stands out for you?
Yeah, I think there's 2 there. Dubbridge is pretty much rock solid throughout, isn't he? It's that decline from Duff that we can't ignore, and then away from that, you look at Painter, who had his best day on Wednesday, averaged 85 on the Wednesday for the day, which is very impressive double start. And then he seems to have just sort of flatlined there on Thursday, which is the yellow graph. But yeah, that decline from Duff has got to be a worry. He's going to have to go from the B of bang today.
Yeah, you're just giving your opponents extra opportunities, and if you are going to not get off quickly, then you're going to have to sharpen up at the end of legs if you even get there. So these are the double out stats now we're going to show you, and you can see that Neil Duff did compensate on Wednesday, but yesterday in this group probably still needs to get to that Wednesday level again.
Yeah, absolutely. There was that one peak day. It coincided with Painter's best day as well, but the problem he had, because his double in was so bad, he was effectively giving the opponents a throw advantage every time, whether it be on throw or against throw. But again, look how rock solid Mark Dubbridge has been throughout. The only thing missing probably with Mark's game is that scoring power in the middle of legs, and Kevin Painter, again, even on his doubles out, he's around that same kind of number. So that's sort of where he is right now. I think if he can reproduce some of the form from Wednesday, he will go very close today.
Yeah, I know you're a stats and facts man as well, and those interestingly are the 3 players we saw on 6 points in this group. So let's see if the bookies have been influenced by those numbers, and indeed they have, because they've selected Mark Dubbridge, who you've identified as solid, as the second favourite, and therefore someone who's going to go through from this group.
Yeah, I think he's probably the most likely because he is so solid, but it would have to take a huge drop in form from Daryl Pilgrim, and I can't see that happening. I just don't think he has that in his game. You know, he's just playing so well, and he's got so much confidence, and it had taken so much confidence. When we told him about some of his numbers yesterday, he didn't even realise. So that shows you that he's playing within himself, because he's not chasing around thinking, how good was that?
Is the value there potentially Kevin Painter at 17-2, because he plays Pilgrim first game? If he beats him, he's level on points.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those games that you could almost get out of it if you back Painter and he does win. That price will drop massively, of course. But again, it's the way that Daryl started as well yesterday, and a lot of the older players are a little bit slower at the blocks. They tend to sort of play themselves in over the course of a day. So it would be a big shock if Kevin Painter got the better of Daryl in game one.
Yeah, the players have been getting used to the format. So have the punters as well. They've been really scratching around trying to find some value, and this is the bet builder for today. Amalgamation of all the most popular bets. They've gone a little bit safer than some of the ones we saw yesterday. But that match between Pilgrim and Painter, they fancy to go the distance, 13-8. But then it's odds-on stuff. Pilgrim to beat Ashton, which does seem nailed on based on what we saw from both players yesterday. And then Dubbridge to do the same against Lisa.
Yeah, the only one I wouldn't be particularly sure about is that opening one. I mean, there is some value there, but that's why there is value. I totally agree with the punters on the second two, though, and a 3-10, 1-2 double is probably the way to go.
There we go. That's Mesa's verdict on that. And the first match, as we mentioned, is Daryl Pilgrim against Kevin Painter. You think Pilgrim's going to win this and then the rest are fighting out for second place?
Yeah, I think that's the way it'll play out. They'll just be trying to chase him down, or maybe they'll just be better off if he wins all his games, let him go, and then the rest of them can have their own little battle for P2.
Okay, we've heard what Chris Mason thinks. Let's hear what Kevin Painter thinks. I spoke to him a little earlier today. Kevin, first of all, how are you enjoying double start here at the MODUS Super Series?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, it might not look like I'm enjoying myself when I'm up there, but yeah, it's good. It's different. You know, obviously we don't play in these sort of things anymore, but yeah, it's been good fun.
It's a brutal format, isn't it? Double in and only best of 5 as well. And look, yeah, you said it didn't look like you was enjoying it, and probably weren't when you lost your first 8 games, but it's been some turnaround since then.
Yeah, I played all right yesterday. I think I nicked one off of Lisa. I think Neil Duff got one on me but first day, I mean, I left far too much to do anything, losing your first 5 games. But I've struggled to get away. I think that you do that in this, you can have a problem.
Do you think that playing in this format in the Grand Prix many times before has helped you at all this week?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's a long time ago now since I played in any sort of thing like that. So, no, listen, we're all capable of hitting doubles, but sometimes it's funny, isn't it? You just go, go on, all you got to do is hit a double, all round the board. Pick which one you want. And sometimes you see us just missing by, you know.
Certainly in the mix to get through. 3 wins from 5 yesterday, just behind Daryl Pilgrim. There's a real chasing pack. It should be a tight fought fight today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all on 6, other than Daryl, we 4 of us, 4 of us. Yeah, look, it's going to be tight. I've got Daryl first. If that goes wrong, the lads behind are going to be thinking, well, that's handy. We'll jump on that. So, no, it will be tight, and there'll be obviously a lot of twists and turns.
We look forward to it. Good luck.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
Yeah, there certainly will be twists and turns on this final day. Not just one group to be resolved, but 2 this evening, of course. Group B, with Conan White, Connor Scott, James Wilson, Robert Thornton and Steve Brown. But all eyes on Group C this afternoon. And as Painter put it, this game is massively important for him. Daryl Pilgrim, the league leader, on 8 points. And look, if he wins this, he's put 4 points between himself and the rest of the field straight away, and will take some removing from the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. When they met yesterday, it was a fairly comfortable win. It was the final game of the session, but Daryl got the better of Kevin. 3-1. It's been priced up with the throw at 2-5, KP 7-4. I think for the short price punters, I think that's a good bet. Kevin yesterday played Lisa in his opening game. Just about got over the line 3-2. Averaged 72. Daryl Pilgrim averaged 21 1 point more in his opening match. That cannot be ignored.
Benny's been superb on that double 16.
Outstanding.
Excellent stuff from him. We'll probably get a look at his double start stats come Saturday night, and I think they'll be through the roof.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good insight into where we look regards to who's going to be favourite. We know he's already favourite for the week, but he may shorten because, as you say, Murph, his doubling in stats yesterday must be pretty remarkable.
Yeah, you're talking about potentially Daryl Pilgrim as a weekly winner, but Jim McEwen is already there. What did you make of him earlier this week?
Yeah, I thought he's bounced back well. It was a tough weekend for him at the seniors, of course, where he, for 7 legs, looked the player to be in the entire tournament before Kevin Painter produced just an incredible fight back that never at any point looked likely until leg 8. And I think he's bounced back well because he could really have been in the doldrums and licking his wounds, but Jim's just responded by producing some high quality darts, and to win that Group A was some statement because that was a seriously tough group.
Yeah, what I got the sense from Jim and even Kevin when I spoke to him this morning, and I say even Kevin, is the fact that the players are enjoying this.
Yeah, it is. It's something different, and for some players, it's just refreshing to play something different apart from 501 double out, whether it be sets or legs or short format, long format. Just adding that double start element
require 80.
increases that bit of jeopardy, which strangely dart players do get stimulated by. Oh dear. Well, that was a little too safe, Daryl.
40. And
that wasn't. Well, Painter's got a chance here to pick Pilgrim's pocket. If he can find tops, he breaks the throw in leg 1. Well, that's not the right double.
30.
And that's not any double.
And I think if you're going to beat Daryl Pilgrim, you've got to take those opportunities very much like, it was Neil Duff yesterday, wasn't it? Who beat him 3-2 despite averaging 13 points less.
30.
But he is offering up opportunities, something he did infrequently yesterday.
Double 15 then for Painter. Oh, right on the wire. That makes it awkward. That's an excellent adjustment.
On the first leg. Kevin Painter.
Only had the top end of the double to focus on. Step to the right.
So can I get Kevin to throw first? Game on.
He has to not only negotiate the blocker, but also take into account the difference in distance. The Oki, of course, should be
40.
arch-shaped.
Well, those shrewd punters who picked this match to go all 5 legs, contributing to the bet builder, will be feeling a little more confident now. Painter breaking leg 1.
56.
They're all aware that in true Kevin Painter how's you look fashion, that probably will happen, and then Pilgrim will get beaten in a 1 to 10 shot somewhere.
60.
Well, when there's such a gap in the numbers, and I have them in front of me, and like I said, Daryl Pilgrim over 91. His nearest rival was Kevin Painter and Colin Osborne, both averaging 81, but a 10-point swing in the averages in a double star is big. We know an 81 can beat a 91. We've seen it yesterday, but it won't happen often. Let's put it that way.
You don't want to let Kevin Painter get confident, though.
No, confident and comfortable is when he's at his most dangerous.
Pilgrim in position to stop that happening here. Well, it has been a cold start from Daryl Pilgrim.
92.
This Friday afternoon here in Portsmouth. You want to be here Saturday night.
45.
Pilgrim hoping
we
to
require
edge closer.
90.
We'll fill you in with all the information of how to do it if you can get here for what is a unique week, where you'll see plenty of those hits and plenty of those
72.
missed. I do know Daryl Pilgrim has been practicing on double nine today.
98.
We had a bit of
Now we
insight.
require 18.
Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Game shot on the second leg. Daryl
Hit that
Pilgrim.
notification bell and all the little extra features we've been filming here with the
Third leg, it's Daryl
players
to
this
throw
week.
first.
You'll get a notification when we go live and when we add content.
I had a well spent 22
71.
minutes yesterday watching back the best moments of Series 6.
Yep.
Brilliantly put together.
38. $85.
As I was saying, if you want to be here Saturday night, all you need to do is head to the ticket page. And there is how to get there. Just pick up your smartphone, scan that
60.
QR code, and you can book yourself free tickets to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, London Road, North End area. Plenty happening on the street, places to eat, places to
99.
refresh, and places to watch darts. This is the place to be, and this is such a great week to come to. You can book any of the Saturday nights for the next series as well, but I
100.
would advise this one in particular.
Yeah, it's a special week, and I think it'll be a special night Saturday. So I brought a special shirt just for the occasion.
Yeah, that's worth the
85.
booking fee alone.
Yep. And it is great for the fans because the players do mull around and plenty of opportunities
95.
to
Now we
get a
require
picture with the players.
161.
And you're getting familiar faces this week. If you're old school, dartshop.tv after the 3 W's and the dot.
65.
Painter here applying pressure.
180.
pressure.
Now we require 96.
Pilgrim
Game
says,
shot in the
what
third
pressure?
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Seriously clinical there. 96
Fourth leg,
into
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $40.
for the first time this week, opting to try and start on 19s, which I still think's a little bizarre. And of course, we saw Connor Scott last night starting on the
58.
17s to try and produce the ultimate 9 with the ultimate final 6, trying to hit 151 to leave 350,
28.
and then trying to do that 180, 170.
I wonder what Kevin Petter's reaction would be if Connor Scott did that against him on Saturday night.
Well, I'm sure you can remember his reaction to when James Wade went tops in the match
140.
play. He chased him up the stairs.
Yeah, which he now does himself.
Remember Taylor's bullseye for the
140.
10 darter, and was it 10-0?
Well, that one was after Painter had missed lots of darts with a bullseye in the match, and Kevin Painter took exception to that. What sort of maverick would go for the bull for a 10-dart finish, Mace?
136.
Well, it's one of those things that doesn't crop up too often, and especially when the cameras are rolling, it's got to be done.
Well, it could be a finish on the bull
60.
here for a dozen darter.
Now we require 167.
Pilgrim. Not going to happen.
59.
I think a fair few players
48.
nowadays would have started on the 19s on 233.
So we require 100.
Well, he's given Pilgrim 6 at 108 if he needs them.
He got it half right, Painter. He was still going to score 63 if he did get the 18, but it looks like Pilgrim is going to put him away because even that miss may not matter. 3 clear at his favourite double when he comes back. And obviously Painter will hit big here.
145. Now we require 32.
Kevin Painter loves to hate this game, doesn't he?
Game
And that's why
shot on the mat.
everything he does seems to be at the wrong time in that game. Pilgrim gets a win that pulls him clear at the top of the table. A big one for him. Could have been dragged into the fight, Daryl Pilgrim, had he lost that game. He did lose the first leg of it, but then he put things right to some tune, and he defeats Kevin Painter by 3 legs to 1. Coming next, Colin Osborne up against Lisa Ashton. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lisa Ashton and Colin Osborne are about to do battle. Ashton still in with a very, very slim chance. It'd have to be a remarkable set of results for her to make it through. She can only get to 10 points, but because Daryl Pilgrim is already there and has kept Kevin Painter on 6, then she does still have that faint chance. She was 1,000 to 1 shot to win the group. That's not going to happen. But who knows? For second place, Colin Osborne trying to move into second place here. And the league table, I'm just going to talk through those 4 players in the middle, Mace, because this is how tight it is. Kevin Painter on 6, 0 leg difference. Mark Durbridge on 6, 0 leg difference. Neil Duff on 6, 0 leg difference. And Colin Osborne on 4, -1 leg difference.
Yeah, so a 3-1 win here for Colin, and he'll go from 5th to 2nd and into qualification place number 2. It wasn't a good game for Lisa, this one yesterday. She lost 3-0 to Colin, and as we know, she's coming back from injury stroke operation I just wonder if
60.
with going so deep in the seniors and, of course, running McGarry so close in that semi-final, I wonder if
No
she's
score.
maybe just niggled that arm a little and she's playing with pain.
And she's playing here next week as well. She's in for the full week. It was an extended opportunity for Lisa Ashton to get 2 days in. Maybe the best thing for her would be just resting for the
89.
weekend, staying here in Portsmouth away from doing anything really, and hoping that she can have a couple of days where it just resets and she can come back Monday firing.
100.
But she's obviously
59.
wanting to almost fast track herself back to her very, very best. And the only way to do that, in all honesty, is competitive play.
121.
And she's certainly going to get that today. And she'll certainly get it next week.
57.
Yeah, first week of the new series, so we'll return to the standard MODUS Super Series format, best of 7 legs, and you don't have to start on a double anymore. Colin Osborne wants to finish on a double here and does for a very clean kill of 81.
Colin Osborne.
Yeah, very nice leg. 15 dart, hold of throw. And that would, of course, forcing
Second leg is Lisa
into
first.
finding a 12 darter. They're tough enough without it in a double.
It's become fashionable, that route, hasn't it? The
108.
treble 18 double 4.
Yep. And I totally get it, really. It's actually, it makes much more sense because if you hit the 54, the adjustment to the double 4 is small.
150.
If you hit the single 18 and you like tops, the single 4 and adjustment to tops is, again, nice.
133.
Lisa Ashton taking a leaf out of the Eileen de Graaf book recently, spending a lot of time on the 19s.
81.
Well, she won't start on 19s from 260.
140.
Effectively,
Yeah, what a
treble 20s.
What a leg this is from Lisa in response. I mentioned 12 darters. Well, she's on one here. She's on 120 after 9.
134.
Yeah, there's only been 2 singles hit. There's been a double. And everything else. 7 trebles before
60.
that shot, which she halved her score.
$100. Lisa requires 60.
We can actually remember Lisa who came back from
Game shot on the second
the arm
leg.
surgery
Lisa Ashton.
not too far after the surgery because she played in here in that
The leg it's
ADC
Colin to throw
Women's
first.
Series Saturday, didn't she?
She was 3 up on Dita Hedman, wasn't she, and lost the semi-final. Hedman went on to take the title. I was actually commentating on her matches at the World Seniors with Trina Gulliver, and she lavished an enormous amount of credit on Lisa Ashton for what she's done in the game. But she feels, and I think you said the same, has kind of not been given the recognition it deserves. And that's coming from a 10-time world champion.
Yeah. It wasn't really, I suppose, until we had the Fallon factor that the ladies' side of the sport got more response and recognition.
99.
I mean, Lisa still remains the only female player to win a tour card. She was the first female player to hit a 100-plus average on television.
81.
It was at the UK Open, of course.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people that wanted to see her go
60.
on and take that step and reach the final of that World Seniors event and maybe even go all the way so she could have her real moment in the limelight. I'm not saying that 4 World Championship wins are not moments in the limelight, but weren't received on the same
100.
scale as what Fallon Sherrick did and what Bo Greaves has been doing since.
Yeah, and I think
60.
she will feel probably as I do and probably as a few other players do. There was an opportunity there. Credit to John Henderson for winning it, but John Henderson, and I mean this as a compliment, was nowhere near his best.
85.
Yeah, and she looked out of it in that semi. She forced a tie break, didn't she,
Yep.
against Colin McGarry.
80. Colin, you require
Maybe she'll get her
140.
moment this week or next. And even just a leg, if she were to hit a double start 9 darter, what a moment that would be.
Exactly.
Just actually sometimes one leg or one match, as we saw with
60.
Fallon, can make
Lisa
more
Maguire,
history than
110.
10 years of success.
Well, look what Fallon did here, like you say, with the
86.
9 darter and
Colin, you require
the amount
80.
of response that received.
But it's only going to be one dart at tops here for Colin Osborne, with Lisa Ashton waiting.
60. Lisa
on the
required
bottom wire.
24.
Lisa has got Colin at it here, double 6.
Game shot on the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
Is she going to join the party, Lisa Ashton? She wasn't
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw
present
first.
at all,
Game
really, yesterday. She did have opportunities. Led a match 2-0, ended up losing it 3-2. Which can happen in
16.
this format, probably more frequently than you get in a straight start. And Colin Osborne starts straight away in a leg that he must win
80.
to avoid defeat. And he then becomes a real underdog, doesn't he? Because he remains
Yes.
on 4 points, with Durbridge and Duff on 6 playing next.
45.
And one of them will, of course, move to 8. It's only the top 2 from this Group C that progress and join Jim McEwen. And the top 3 from Group B, which resumes this evening
140.
on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, 10 o'clock.
100.
So we were just mentioning Lisa Ashton playing next week. We will discuss next week throughout today's broadcasts, but just a quick reminder of her group that she's in.
140.
Group A with Shane McGurk, a couple of ADC qualifiers in Johnny Barnes and Adam Mould. Mould has won a week here before.
140.
Timothy
Colin, you've got
Verbrugge is the
141.
ADC Europe representative, and Nathan Gervin, former World Youth finalist, completing that very tough group.
97. 140. Colin, you require 44.
Four tops.
Bit of Motown.
6. Lisa requires 6.
Reached out too far there, Osborne.
40.
And now he's got to
Colin, you
decide whether to go
require
straight for the
38.
remainder of double 19 or whether to split.
Game shot.
Straight for it, straight in it, levels up. Big leg now then.
Fifth and final leg, it's Colin to throw
Lisa
first.
loses it. You
Game
can
on.
rule her out in all reality if you haven't already. Osborne loses it. He has a lot of work to do himself. If he wins it, then he actually
22.
joins that trio of players on 6 points and 0 leg difference.
108.
When you think the amount of games that's been played, that's quite remarkable.
I don't think I've ever seen it before. After 6 matches, 4 players on all exactly the same points and the same leg difference.
95.
Well, Lisa has got the throw. And not for the first
44.
time, opting to try and work on the 19s, but with no success. And Colin here with a 140 will wrestle the throwback.
100.
Super last start, squeezing it in between the two. Lisa just won't be denied.
121.
Yeah, certainly has shown signs today that points are coming,
85.
whether they come in this match or not.
Well, she's averaging 80.
94.
And to reiterate what I said of how much of a tough day that Lisa had yesterday, only averaged 66 for the day. Currently 14 points above that level right now.
30. Lacey record 134.
Oh dear. Colin Osborne has gift wrapped this leg and therefore this match here for Lisa Ashton.
52.
Ooh, how big a miss could that turn out to be?
She just sort of winces on her way back, knowing that she might have done some damage to her chances.
59.
She should get at least one dart
Lacey
for the
require
match
82.
here. Bullseye will start. Oh, she gets 2 darts. That is
Game
a classy
shot on
finish
the match.
from a classy player.
Lisa Ashton.
As Lisa Ashton picks up her first points on Double Trouble Week in Group C. A 3-2 defeat of Colin Osborne that leaves him in her sights in terms of the table, but leaves the Wizard with a bit of work to do. He remains on 4 points. Lisa gets her first 2. Neil Duff and Mark Dudbridge both have 6. And whoever wins that match coming up next will move into second place. Welcome back to Double Trouble at the MODUS Super Series, where the darting duo Duff and Dudbridge are about to do battle to see who moves into a provisional qualification spot for finals night. Flash and the Duff man both on 6 points in 3rd and 4th place in the table. The 51-year-old Bristolian former World Championship finalist taking on a former Lakeside World Championship winner in the Northern Irishman Neil Duff for the right to move into P2.
Yeah, both big winners within the WDF system. As you rightly mentioned, the 2022 WDF World Champion, of course, Mark Dudbridge, the WDF World Master.
Both players that played, of course, at the Circus Tavern as well at the World Seniors. So,
yes,
First leg, it's
5
Mark
players
to throw first.
in Group A, wasn't
Game
there?
on.
Steve Brown wasn't old enough.
yeah, and almost managed to win the group. You'll see Steve tonight.
38.
For those of you that missed out in the final game of the session, Robert Thornton took out an incredible 138 to very much keep him in the
60.
mix in terms of qualification from Group B. Just to remind you, mark your card, we're back 10 p.m. this evening for the conclusion of what promises to be
60.
an exciting Group B.
Finals night tomorrow starts at 7:30.
100.
6 group games, round robin of 3 players in each, and then semis and the final, all played on Saturday night.
180.
Durbridge weighing in with the maximum, and he was hitting those for fun in that seniors tournament we just mentioned.
45.
Yeah, 11 in one match, didn't he? It's got to be a record, hasn't it? I meant to ask you that question.
I think it is for that format of a match. I'm just trying to think if
85.
any of the finals went really deep, and none of them really have they? So, yeah, I'll get confirmation on that. Funny that you started this match by mentioning a 138 being
40.
hit in the
Mark
last match of
Maguire,
last night. That's what Durbridge has
138.
left.
Shots off.
45.
He used to be known as the Della. What an interesting watch that was between him and Richie Bennett.
I thought Della's, that's for me the best he's played in the seniors events.
140. Mark Maguire, 93.
Yeah, 41 years after winning the World Championship. What other sport would you see that?
Game
Well,
shot in
that
the first leg.
It was an
Mark
absolutely
Durbridge.
wonderful finish and a wonderful start there for Mark Durbridge.
Second against Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yep, nice little hold of throw to settle him in. Both of these players' first games of the day.
80.
We will give you a flash, pardon the pun, of the live table throughout the day's play, and you will see that second place just keeps switching leg by leg. Durbridge now sits there provisionally because if he
100.
wins this match, he'll move on to 8 points. And there you see him in that position for now.
If you are joining us expecting our
97.
traditional format, this of course is part of the all-new Super Series where after every Champions Week we will be introducing a special week.
85.
This week's special week is the Grand Prix format, which is double in, double out. But effectively it's just one set.
Yeah,
50.
brutal. And we will have various formats. A couple are locked in, but will be revealed in due course. But we're happy for you to give your ideas.
Yeah, get in touch. Use the
100.
at MSS Darts across the social media platforms, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X as it's now known. Chris Murphy
45.
has the app open in front of him, and it's at MSS Darts, all one word. Get in touch. Any comments or questions, any good ones, we'll read out.
Or indeed, drop it in the YouTube chat. We have
140.
opened that up for you. Just make sure you are respectful in there. Get involved with that kind of thing. And if you've got any good
59.
ideas, not only might we
Michael
read them out as
Requires
Mace said, we
76.
might actually decide to steal them. This is your show.
56.
Thought this
Neil
was going to be
Maguire,
very much
170.
Durbridge's game, and he hit tops. He'd have gone 2-0 up. But Duff cannot get a dart at the ball off the 170.
43.
So double
Mark
10.
Required 20. Game shot on the second leg.
MD is the
Mark
boss of this
Durbridge.
match so far.
Yeah, averaging in excess of 91. That's
Third
tidy
against
enough
Mark
with
to throw first. Game
a
on.
traditional flying start, but double in, double out. I think that's what made the performance last night of Darryl Pilgrim yesterday so impressive, averaging 91 for the day.
Next up is Lisa Ashton against Darryl Pilgrim, a match that she actually led 2-0
61.
yesterday.
She did. She had him in a world of trouble before Darryl found another gear.
85.
Then Painter will play Neil Duff, so even if Duff loses this one, he's got a chance to get to 8 points.
60.
One of those players will be there.
Yeah, it was a similar kind of situation Steve Brown found himself in with Robert Thornton and Jim McEwen. It was just going back and forth. It was constantly
100.
on the change when we were looking at the live in-play table.
It kept looking like he was pretty much out, and then all of a sudden he was back in, wasn't he, Steve Brown?
121.
Doing the okey cokey. Or should that be okey cokey?
Very good.
90.
My pal Marcus Natman tuning in, having a rare day off. Enjoy it, pal. Maybe a cup of tea and biscuits.
71.
That's what I'd be doing if I was at home watching this. Not that I ever get a chance to sit down, but
100.
you know what I mean, Murph.
Require 88.
Well, Neil Duff means business suddenly. But he has to hit this, and he hasn't.
60.
So the same finish on offer
Mark your require 88.
for Mark Durbridge.
No score.
Plus the score.
Wrong
You
bed.
require 28.
Double seven himself for the break, and he
On
finds
the
it.
third leg. Neil Duff.
Game on.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
A lot of love for Daryl Pilgrim on the social media channels and the YouTube chat this week. A lot of people saying
120.
that he's definitely Pro Tour level, and I think we'd agree with that.
Yeah, it's just ask yourself the question: is there
56.
127 better players on tour than Daryl Pilgrim? I think not, but that's the nature of Q School, which is why we continually shout from the rooftops that it certainly needs revising.
125.
I wouldn't be shocked if he finds himself at the top of the Challenge Tour at the end of this year and gets his card that way.
There we'll see plenty more of him today. Just a matter of
60.
time, it looks like, as to when he'll book his place at finals night. Mark Durbridge just retrieving a lost dart there for a moment. Don't know, it found its way down there.
Firmly getting himself right back in this leg with that 140. His second of the match. 8 scores in total of a ton or more for Mark Durbridge. 5
45.
for Neil Duff. 10 points difference in the average in favour of Durbridge.
One of the suggestions we've had from one of our followers was a Master Out tournament, which means Durbridge could have won the match on that 180, couldn't he?
Yeah, I think that's okay for beginners. It's the kind of game I'd encourage you to play, Murph.
Mark your require 80.
I wish it was Master Out on Sunday.
Well, this is the way to finish this one on top.
40. Neil, you require 126.
Duff looking to stay in this, and there's a chance here. Only one treble required. He's already got that. He'll want 2 now. Oh, not only has he not got 2, but he's missed a single. That is absolutely criminal,
75.
Neil Duff.
Mark your require 40.
Throw the key away.
That was a beautiful guide. He'll be massively frustrated not to have
30.
hit it. And he's on the
Neil,
inside
you
wire of
require
double 10,
51.
so a lifeline for Duff.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Here we go
Neil
then.
Duff. Fifth and final against
Well,
Mark
these
to throw
two,
first.
of course.
Game on.
First locked horns in Group A.
on Monday, and it was a 3-0 win for Duff. Then Tuesday,
No
3-1. Wednesday, 3-2. Yesterday, Mark got the better of Neil, 3-1.
4 match darts missed there by Mark Dubbridge.
80.
And now he's really up against it. Away this time.
79.
When we crunched the numbers at the start of the day, showed some bar charts, didn't we, to show the deviations between the
58.
players, and you highlighted Dubbridge as the most consistent across the board, in and out on doubles, and therefore your favourite to finish second behind Daryl Pilgrim.
100.
His issue in this game, he's just 2 from 9 on the doubles.
And Neil Duff is 2 from 5,
61.
and what we saw from his chart was the fact that it was wildly sort of inconsistent.
Yep.
You could do a match like this and get a win, but you could equally not hit a double at all and
58.
get beaten 3-0 in another game.
$162.
Very much the littler, that shot now, isn't it?
140.
44.
He could stay
Now we
there.
require 140.
Because that's exactly what Littler did, wasn't it? 5 consecutive treble 18s and double 16.
Yeah, Rob Cross as well, didn't he, in that World
Yep.
Championship?
60.
Against Taylor to win it, wasn't it?
Yep, absolutely was. Taylor's last match as a professional player. He's played his last World Championship as a senior
60.
player as well now.
Now
Didn't
we
go the
require
same way,
80.
unfortunately, for Phil.
Game
Oh, what a
shot
dart
of the
that is.
match.
What a dart that is from
Neil
Neil Duff. 3-2. He defeats Mark Dubbridge. A comeback win. Dubbridge leading that match 2-0. And Neil Duff coming back after Dubbridge had squandered 4 darts for the win. Duff turned it around, and it is him who moves into second place, which is, of course, a provisional qualification spot. Lisa Ashton next. She's bottom. She takes on top Daryl Pilgrim.
So that's the first cycle of matches complete. On to cycle number 2 of 10 in total. Of course, this is the 7th cycle of games for the players, and we start with Lisa against Darryl. Lisa defeating Colin Osborne 3-2 in their opening game of the day. Darryl getting the better of Kevin Painter 3-1.
Yeah, but she did put Pilgrim under pressure, as mentioned yesterday. Darryl, though, a win here and he edges ever closer to that seemingly inevitable qualification. But you never know, a defeat and suddenly he could be reeled in, particularly when you consider that
First
Duff
leg,
plays
it's
Painter
Lisa to
next.
throw first.
Duff
Game
could
on.
actually get level if that were to happen, but let's see if it goes like yesterday.
Darryl is a 3-10
No score.
favourite. Lisa 12-5. See how his double 16 is. He's again right bang in the middle of it. Up for treble 20.
71.
He's very much a route embraced in the Grand Prix, isn't it? The treble 20, treble 16, treble 19 switch, and then up for treble 20.
Yeah, you're denying yourself the chance of a perfect leg, of course, but maybe some players actually think, you know what, I don't really want that distraction.
Exactly that.
57.
Well, look how long it took to eventually get one.
Yeah. I also think as well,
57.
I think this will happen in the coming years because the young players coming through and the standard of counting and percentage play that comes into it. I think you'll start seeing players change starting double based on whether or not their
140.
opponent has got off or not.
Yeah.
If your opponent's off first start and you start on double 16, you're effectively giving them another visit, aren't you?
Yeah.
34.
In the early stages, it fascinated me that players that I knew were double 16 players and didn't like tops were trying to start on tops to get the 160. And
96.
like I say, sometimes you've just got to play the percentages.
Yeah, if your opponent starts 160 and you're a double 16 person,
44.
probably you've got to
Now
start
we
on
require
tops
137.
in response for that leg. Well, he goes for tops for 2 doubles. Yeah, because if they're on 3-4-1, you're giving them 9 darts.
77.
Definitely from 3-4-1 if you start on double 16.
Yeah.
Even if you hit it.
180.
Well, out of nowhere,
Now we require 60.
has Lisa Ashton done enough to ruffle Pilgrim's feathers?
By
20.
my reckoning, Murph,
Lisa requires 75.
that's her first 180 of this campaign.
Well, it's a different
35.
day, isn't it? And a different Lisa Ashton.
Now we
We
require
saw her
40.
pick up her first points when she beat Colin Osborne. Now she's fighting her first maximum.
Games on the first leg.
And she
Darryl
actually
Pilgrim.
had the opportunity to take the
Second against
first
Darryl
leg.
to throw
Couldn't do it,
first.
and Pilgrim manages to break. Straight in it again.
58.
I'd love to see the percentage for starting on double 16 after this group is finished for Darryl Pilgrim, because it's going to be
89.
absolutely astonishing.
$135. 60. $140. 58. $136.
Starting to go through the gears now. Daryl Pilgrim. Average climbing
44.
towards
Area required,
94. This is double 16, which he's been so efficient in starting.
No score.
We saw something similar in the last leg when she wasn't in it and then hit a 180.
95.
This time she leaves the
Area
finish,
required,
but she's relying on
32.
Daryl Pilgrim missing 6 starts at double 16, and that's not going to
Games on the
happen.
second
Don't be
leg.
silly.
Daryl Pilgrim.
2-0.
Lisa
Well, against Lisa
has
to
the
throw
throw
first.
in leg 3.
Game on.
Without stating the obvious, it's a must-hold.
No score.
Do you know what? Where that dart was in the 7, I wonder if she would have been well advised just to try and bounce in into that double rather than going for the double 16.
Agreed. Just throw the dart exactly the same. With how thick her barrels are, the
46.
chances is it would have flew in. And a win here, especially a 3-0 win for Daryl, puts him in such a strong position. You
71.
were mentioning the closeness of those in 2nd, 3rd and 4th in terms of leg difference. Well, only one other player is on plus in that department, and that's Duff on +1.
100.
Oh, Daryl Pilgrim, 12 points plus 12 if he goes on to win this match from here.
58.
Yeah, and if Duff beats Painter, and then Osborne can manage to beat Dudbridge, then Pilgrim will be definitely 6 points clear of 3rd place, and they've only got 6 points to play for, so that's him as good as qualified after 2 rounds of fixtures
140.
today.
Yep. Then may see the best of him
50.
because once he knows he's safe and sound, the shackles come off.
96.
Great last start.
$134.
That wasn't bad either.
We record 119.
Well, plenty of ways to go for this, but he does most things quite conventionally. Daryl Pilgrim.
87.
Always fascinates me that a player isn't aware of their opponent's score while they're waiting at the back of the hockey. You could just see him there, look left before, well, that distraction, or some players will
46.
physically move
Well,
their
we're
head,
right,
and that takes you out of
32.
your rhythm.
And his favourite double to pick up what would be a 6th win out of 7 matches.
Game,
and that's
shot,
exactly
and
what
the
he gets.
match.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Eases past Lisa Ashton. Top beats bottom, and Pilgrim takes another step towards finals night. There you see the numbers. He dominated the game really from start to finish. That one dart that Ashton had would have seen her get a leg against Pilgrim and maybe could have changed the direction of the match. Who knows in this short format, but it's Pilgrim who takes it 3-0, and coming next it's Kevin Painter against Neil Duff.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series special week. It's Double Trouble, double in, double out. Up next, Kevin Painter taking on Neil Duff, and these two have locked horns already 4 times this week after being in Group A together. On Monday, it was a 3-2 win for Duff. Tuesday, 3-2 to Kevin. Wednesday, 3-1 to Kevin. Yesterday, in this very encounter, it was 3-2 to Neil Duff. So this one is a rubber match. Currently 2-2. They'd both obviously be hoping
180
to play each other on Saturday night. That is not going to happen. Only one of these two, and possibly Mark Durbridge, will join Daryl Pilgrim, who currently sits 4 points clear at the top of the table. A win for Duff would put him just 2 points behind Pilgrim. And then the most likely outcome would be Neil Duff and Pilgrim joining Jim McEwen with 3 more from tonight's Group B, which resumes at 10 p.m. this evening on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Yeah, and don't forget finals night either, 7:30, same place.
100.
A 1-2-4 was a shot that Neil Duff took out yesterday. Was it against Kevin Painter?
139. Now we broke 124.
Right now, it was. Well remembered.
Bull to do it again. Ooh,
99.
close.
Kevin requires 78. $48. Now we require 25.
Double 12 found by Duff to take
Neil Duff.
the opening leg. Kevin Painter with the usual reaction to losing one.
Yeah, well, he lost his opening game of the day convincingly, 3-1 to Daryl Pilgrim. No shame there. Daryl averaging 85.5.
120.
But Neil Duff, of course, made a winning start to the day. Kevin with that ironic smile
58.
of absolute disdain.
He's a great guy to spend time with away from darts, but he is what I would refer to as a glass empty man. No, I didn't say half empty, just empty.
That's if he's just had a swig out of it.
He's almost waiting for all the planets to conspire against him at times, Painter.
He probably feels in his career that that's what has happened, but listen, he's made a world final. He's won a major, the Players' Championship finals. He's won many, many ranking tournaments over the years.
49.
He's had a very good career, but he still has that fire burning brightly, super competitive.
100.
He could have been a world champion, as Mace mentioned, and he did have that darting
61.
glory day when he beat Mark Webster. But even then, I remember his reaction was to call out somebody who doubted him. I think it was your good colleague Stuart Pike who got it, didn't he?
He did.
Tops for Duff.
Game shot on the second.
81 has gone.
Neil Duff.
Not hanging about in this one.
Delegates Kevin to throw first. $40.
Averaging 103.66 right now. 14 darts, followed by a 15 darter.
No score.
Wow. Buckling the wire.
And that'll bust the average, won't it?
Yeah, that's the That's the fascinating part of this format. There is potential to hit record
58.
averages, of course, because of the short format nature.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look, see if I can find the data on double start averages. Alan Warren is still really high on that list.
45.
He still holds the record.
Wow.
106.25 against Andy Jenkins back in...
Because as you are right, there's potential to break that
55.
shorter format and so many matches this week. Well, running out of time, of course, now.
Yeah, that was over 6 legs. Alan Warren a little's record. I think yesterday was the 21st 100-plus average double in that we've ever seen, and that was from Darrell Pilgrim, of course.
69. $100.
I mean, even had time this week to do on this darting Dayworth.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a moment. But first, I'm just going to
59.
confirm what you said. Yeah, Darrell Pilgrim, the 21st 100-plus average. What was the average exactly?
100.20.
Oh, so it actually puts him in 20th place. He's knocked Phil
41.
Taylor out by 0.03. Although Phil Taylor's was over 10 sets in a World Grand Prix final.
That was incredible.
Beat John Part 7-3 on that occasion. Phil Taylor does hold the vast majority of those
36.
double start three-figure averages. The others, honourable mentions for Simon Whitlock, Gerwin Price, Dave Chisnell.
Didn't he have one around 103 over a long course?
Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-2 against Richie Bennett. That's the
140.
5th highest.
Yeah, 7-setter.
Van Gerwen holds positions 4 and 3. Gary Anderson holds position 2, 104.86. 2 sets
92.
to beat
Maguire,
Jelle Clarkson.
120.
And Alan Warren is, as you said, 106.45 against Andy Jenkins.
What year was that?
2001.
Wow.
60.
3 years. I can
Kevin
remember.
Iroquois,
Remember it like it was
92.
yesterday.
The year, of course, he went on to win the title.
Yes.
Well, Painter not troubling those kind
James
of
John, the
numbers, but he might
third
trouble
leg.
Neil Duff yet.
Kevin Painter. Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
One thing we
36.
certainly had in Group A was tenacity.
Well, we've got those types of characters, haven't we?
118.
Robert Thornton, Kevin Painter himself.
Tenacious is the word of the week.
45. $100.
And we are seeing that here from Kevin Painter, that darting doggedness.
60.
And this format, of course, does lead and lend itself to comebacks, doesn't it?
Sure does. Doesn't take
45.
a lot to turn a game on its head.
$95. $82. $95. Kevin Iroquois, 156.
We saw this from Painter 24 hours ago. Won't do it again in this leg. And
100.
if Neil Duff
We
takes this
require
out, I'm not interested in his
170.
reaction. I want to see Kevin's.
It's on.
Painter will have the
98.
chance then to
Kevin Iroquois,
force a decider
56.
in this match, and it's a deciding leg in which he would have the darts as well. He's going to do it in 2 parts, Painter. 16, step back, step forward,
Game
tops,
shot on the
level,
fourth leg.
2-2.
Kevin Painter.
Well, little in the averages between them.
Fifth and final leg,
Identical
it's
finishing
Kevin to
stats,
throw
2
first.
from 3.
Game on.
Stays on the 19s.
No score.
Not sure about that.
Is that the beginning of the end for the artist? Or maybe the end of the beginning?
40.
He's persevering with that awkward double, a double you rarely go for.
No score.
Just don't get it.
Nope. Not having it.
Even switching from tops then to 17s, why not just take the less laboured route and go for the double 18?
100. $60.
Up and running. 80 behind, plus these.
$180.
And that plus was a big plus.
What a time to find your first max.
95. $83. $140. Now we require 98.
Well, Kevin Painter did all the hard work to dig himself out of a hole and back into this game, but he's not on a finish after 15 darts after that
58.
catastrophic start to the leg, and Duff can just tee up tops.
Yep. Tops after 15. Kevin going through the ringer here.
Well, he's just checking now with Owen Binks, the referee, what is remaining. Needs to be aiming. Oh, well,
36.
I was going to
Now
say,
we require
needs to be
40.
aiming at the 20, but 14 to leave 170. Maybe a little play to get in Neil Duff's mind a bit there. Hasn't
Game
worked.
shot and the match.
It's Duff who
Neil
picks up the
Duff.
points, and Painter has made the worst possible start to the day. He really peaked on Wednesday, and sometimes at the Super Series, that can just be bad timing. It could be a wasted day, a wasted run of results, and it looks like Kevin Painter is running out of time in terms of trying to make it through to finals night. Neil Duff now has pulled 4 points clear of the artist after winning his first 2 matches, and is in pole position to join Daryl Pilgrim in qualifying. He's not there yet. Colin Osborne and Mark Durbridge will have something to say about it when they go head-to-head next.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this Double Trouble special week. Up next, Colin Osborne takes on Mark Durbridge, and, well, it's a must-win game for Colin Osborne, and it really is a must-win game for Mark Durbridge in terms of qualification. The rest of the field would probably be hoping for a Colin Osborne win. But Neil Duff in the boxy in terms of P2.
First leg,
He's
it's
on
Colin
10 points,
to throw
Daryl
first.
Pilgrim on
Game
12,
on.
Kevin Painter on 6, Mark Durbridge on 6, Colin Osborne on 4, Lisa Ashton on 2.
Yeah, all about peaking at the right time, and that's what Neil Duff seems to be doing today.
Well, we've seen
No score.
signs of it. His numbers yesterday, only 73. Across the 3 days of
78.
Group A, he remained reasonably solid. 77-68 Monday, 82-84 on Tuesday, and
63.
nearly 82 on Wednesday. So he was well below par yesterday, but he seems to have bounced back today.
Interesting, Durbridge electing to start the match on double 19.
180.
Those 180 is such a powerful weapon for him.
Yeah, Mark won this tie 3-2 yesterday.
140.
Another. It won't be.
140.
Very nice 103 after just 9 darts thrown. Double start or not, that's a high standard.
96. Mark require 103. $47.
Development tour underway today, isn't it? We will keep you across some of the
Yes,
results.
Bo Greaves went out unexpectedly early in the round of
80.
128. It's
Mark
now down
required
to the
56.
quarterfinals. Danny Janssen takes on Paul Crone. Daniel Perry faces
Game shot on the first
Rusty
leg.
Jake Rodriguez.
Mark Durbridge.
King Barry up against James Beaton. And Nathan Rafferty up against
Second leg is Mark to
Owen
throw
Roloffs.
first. Game on.
That's the youth, the senior stars here. Mark Durbridge takes the opening leg. And I did promise you, Mace, as he flukes a double 7 there, Mark Durbridge. He was going for tops, you know.
53.
Double 19 seems to be the plan. But I did promise you on this darting day.
Oh, yeah, my favourite.
And we've been talking about the potential of a 9-dart leg here, a history-making 9-dart leg, double start. There has been no
80.
fewer than 6 9-dart finishers on this day in history, 23rd of February. Some familiar names, some not so familiar names. Michael Van Gerwen, Robert Thornton and Danny Noppert have all hit them at
85.
Pro Tour events, as has Scott Baker, who we've seen here at the Super Series. Another player we've seen here at the Super Series, Villamandigas. He hit one in 2019, but the first of that bunch, you can go all the
100.
way back to 1992, the Dortmund Open. A man called Volker Backers.
Yep, and they were a rarity. I remember that. It was all over the darts world at the time.
121.
Pre-computer. Well, pre-internet anyway.
Yeah, not loads of information about him. Did play in the World Masters in the mid-90s. Actually won that Dortmund Open event
123.
twice in 94 and 95. And Germany wasn't quite the darting hotbed that it's become.
96. $85. Mark require 146. $88. On your record, 113. $39. Market required 58.
Double 10 for 2-0.
38.
Brushes against
Colin
the wire.
requires 74. $43.
Oh, complicated things
Target
there by
required,
being so
20.
far away from the treble 14. Double 5. Gets
Game
it.
shot on the
2-0.
second leg. Mark Durbridge. Delegates Collins to throw first.
Well,
No
amazed he
score.
stayed there. After dart 1, looked like he should have taken another option. Durbridge
58.
away.
No score. $180.
Beautiful from Mark Durbridge once again.
Now he's up and running. Could do with the 160.
101.
101 still leaves him 137 adrift, plus these.
93. $100. Market require 170. $59.
Maybe just opens the door slightly if Colin Osborne can hit big himself.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a 140, 180, isn't it? Well, can't leave a finish.
90. Market
So,
require
6 darts if he needs them. Aye. 57, he's 54. Oh, he's 14. He did think about 18, double 18. He'd be thankful he went the 14 tops route, and that's as convincing as it gets for Mark Durbridge, and a wonderful average, 90.18, couple of 180s in there. Finishes it off with that beautiful 111 finish, 42.86% on the doubles, 3 from 7. Colin Osborne reduced to just 1 dart at a double, and that double was the bullseye. When we come back, it will be Neil Duff up against Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back. Well, 6 games have been played on the final day of Group C at this Double Trouble special, and it's Neil Duff who seems to be making a move. Him and Daryl Pilgrim have both won both of their games, and Neil Duff, in doing so, he really is turning his week around, winning them both 3-2 as well. A really, really good start to the day for Neil Duff, who's going to play Lisa Ashton next, and a really significant victory for Neil Duff was that win against Kevin Painter. In fact, it was an important match for both players, but Neil Duff getting over the line on tops to defeat Kevin Painter in that game. As I said, winning both of his games in last leg deciders, signalling a real turnaround for the former Lakeside champion. What it does, it means that he is now in pole position to finish second in the table. Mark Durbridge just a couple of points away. Kevin Painter very much still in contention as well. A couple of wins behind Neil Duff, but that could change in the next game as Duff faces bottom place Lisa Ashton. And that is about to get underway. So without further ado, I will hand you back to Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Murphin. Well, a real opportunity, as mentioned, to join Daryl on 12 points. We expected someone to come out of the pack. I'm not sure many people considered it to be Neil Duff. There has been signs there, but we looked at the graphs at the top of the show this afternoon, and there was a bit of a downward trend, but he's bucked that trend and he's come out fighting. Lisa will be buoyed by some of her, or some parts of her performances today.
Game on. No score.
3, very close. Surprised dart 3 wasn't another double. Well,
42.
up and running. That's the most important thing. That's the beauty of using a double down the side of the board. Now Neil, he's also up and running.
$58.
Yeah, 2 crucial wins, as I just spoke about, for Neil Duff. It has all gone his way
100.
today, having not really done so for the rest of the week. And if he gets this one, it's going to be quite difficult to see past him and
60.
Pilgrim getting through.
Yeah, agreed. Exactly what I was saying as you made your way back to the comms box from the studio. Today he just seems locked in.
180.
Painter Durbridge next game, but one is going to be crucial.
100. Area require 161.
Between now and then, Pilgrim will play Colin Osborne.
77. $45. Now we require 84. $34. $180. Now we require 50. $10. Lisa requires 16.
To pick the pocket
12.
of Neil Duff, and that
Now
double
we
2
require
was
40.
agonisingly close.
Game shot on the first
Duff
leg.
in this time
Neil Duff.
for a hold of throw. A long leg in the end, 22 darts, but
Second leg is Lisa to throw
it's in the
first.
ledger.
Game on.
Yeah, carries on,
No score.
going the way of Neil Duff. as it has done so far today. And he's straight off.
120. No score. 41. No score. 100. 105. 60.
Ooh, you can see from that shot how close that was to just nicking one treble, and well, what can go
80.
wrong is going wrong. Not for the first time today. Lisa Ashton ending up with one on the floor.
44.
She needed a maximum to get with
95.
Neil Duff
Now
in
we
this
require
leg.
136. 78. 90. Now we require 58. 18. Please, you require 131. 57. Now we require 40.
For 2-0. And
Game's on the second
another
leg.
22
Neil
dart.
Duff.
And something myself and Murph spoke about in this format, you don't sometimes have
So
to
it's Neil to throw
raise your
first.
game a
Game
massive
on.
amount. If Lisa can sort of put 10% even on her game right now, she can make this one competitive.
100.
But Neil Duff instantly up and running with a ton.
I'll tell you what, mates, do you remember our little chat in the studio on Wednesday with
61.
Jim McEwen? And when we said, give us a name, he said Neil Duff.
Yep.
You've noted it as well before that he does tend to get better as the week goes on.
He does. He somehow has an ability to really start to
96.
play himself into a bit of form. He's not a player that panics. He
83.
goes about his business relatively quietly.
But he gathered momentum, didn't he, in that Lakeside win?
Yeah.
He was 3 sets behind 2 McEwen, ironically.
58.
Won that match and then never really looked back afterwards.
180.
Another. Max for Lisa Ashton. Didn't hit one at all yesterday.
100. 85. Now we require 147. 95. Lisa require 92.
Well, she needs the bullseye here, and it's heavily blocked. Oh,
Game shot
what
in the
a dart
third
that
leg.
is from Lisa Ashton.
Lisa Ashton.
Can only be applauded by Neil Duff watching on. That is incredible.
Fourth leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Totally blocked the ball and managed to bend it in like Beckham.
They are wonderful to see, those shots.
105.
You almost think, how can they
100.
get the dart around? There's a remarkable one by Phil Taylor against James Wade that
140.
still baffles me to this day, how he managed to find the target.
$60. $42.
Well, Duff, as we mentioned at the start of this, would move on to a dozen points if he wins the game level with Daryl Pilgrim at the top of the table.
100.
In action next against Colin Osborne before Mark Dudbridge takes on Kevin Painter.
100.
It could be over pretty quickly. Didn't look like that today, did it?
No, sure didn't. We expected more of a
60.
battle really for position 2. We expected Daryl Pilgrim to get on his toes.
94.
And he's had a bit of a break. Following this one, he will be back in action against Colin Osborne,
41. Lacey
who
required
he
20.
defeated yesterday 3-zip.
Double 10 here for Lisa Ashton, now double 5.
15. Now we
Might be
require
handing this to Duff,
140.
even though he's got 140. She's got 5 in bits when she comes back. The next 3 or 4 minutes could determine whether or not it is a real fight for second place or not. If
60.
Ashton can mop
Lisa
this up and then win the
required
last leg decider, then suddenly Dudbridge is only 2 points behind Duff. Well, she got the block bullseye. This will be up there as well. Oh, she's done it
Gage on
again.
the 4 flag. Lisa Ashton.
Well,
5th and final leg is Neil to throw first.
I'd love to say I'm shocked,
Game
but
on.
I'm not.
No score. No score.
Can't afford these types of starts, particularly when your opponent has given you the gift of not getting off themselves, and now Neil Duff punishes.
And how?
160.
Aside from going for the ball,
89.
which would be a little futile, that is the maximum start, of course.
Well, it's going to be a third straight 3-2 win for Neil
97.
Duff if he gets this done. I think there'll be 1 or 2 players in the chasing pack a little bit frustrated about that.
41.
Yeah, good players find a way to win. Points before performance.
140.
And he's making a sprint towards the finish line now. 104 after a dozen.
59.
Effectively 104 after 9. He didn't get off in his first 3 darts.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the treble 19 would have left 32.
44.
Time on his side.
$95. Now he requires 60. $50.
Well, double 5 isn't a nice double. He's got to go back up. Brilliant dart.
87. Now he required 10.
That's a great marker, though, for Neil Duff. All he has to do is hit one of those darts.
No
I
score.
Well, he did.
Yeah. Well,
Lisa require
what
130.
Lisa Ashton needs to do is really block this treble 20. She's done it a little bit. This time she can't repeat the trick for a third time.
40. Now we require 10.
No change in plan. Same dart. And again.
This is remarkable. That's 5 consecutive darts
No score.
on the wire of the target
Lisa
double.
require 90.
And Ashton gets a chance to blow the race for qualification wide open. Double 15 to defeat Duff.
60.
Does he change his plan now? He's been so close.
I think, well, I mean, he is attacking the double, but you can ask no more of him.
Perseveres. This time he pulls it inside. One last chance, you would think.
8.
But he hasn't taken that chance.
Lisa requires 30.
8.
Game shot
No more
and
than
the
8 match starts there
Lisa
for Neil Duff.
Ashton.
And Lisa Ashton takes advantage. Well, that is the result the chasing pack were hoping for. Lisa Ashton defeating Neil Duff to keep him on 10 points, meaning that the rest of the field could close the gap. Colin Osborne takes on Daryl Pilgrim after the break, and then there'll be a crunch clash between 3rd and 4th, Dubbridge and Painter. Stay with us.
Welcome back, and up next it is table topping Daryl Pilgrim, who would have been maybe slightly relieved to have seen Lisa Ashton pinch the last game off of Neil Duff, who put his darts just so close to the double. Absolutely remarkable. And incredibly, I read on our YouTube chat thingy, choke. Tell me you've never played darts without telling me you've never played darts.
First leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Daryl won this tie against Colin. 3-zip yesterday. He's the 4-9 favourite. 13-8 about Colin Osborne. And shock horror straight in, double 16.
59.
Yeah, I'm just trying to quickly crunch the numbers. He must be getting very close to qualification if he wins this game, Daryl Pilgrim. He's got such a healthy leg difference. If he wins it, say, by one leg,
100.
he'd be on plus 14 and 4 points clear of Neil Duff, 6 clear of Mark Dubbridge, who could arguably get to 14 himself. He had to beat Kevin Painter next.
180.
Have a leg difference swing of possible 12, so he wouldn't quite be there yet.
Well, the maximum Neil Duff can get to is 14, isn't it?
Yeah.
121.
I think
Darrell and Neil still have to meet. That could be the key game.
Yeah, but he could be through, I think, if, for example, Painter were to beat Dubbridge in the next game, because then he couldn't get to 14.
180.
But he has to win this one first, of course. Going the right way about it, mind.
Yeah, back-to-back 180s after a 59 start.
Wow. How many 180s are we going to have?
Oh, you require
3 in 1 leg.
Best leg
shot
of the week,
leg.
bar none.
Darrell Pilgrim.
Yep, sure is. An 11 darter. Oh, no, it was a
Second against
12.
Collins to throw
Yeah,
first.
12 for him, with
Game.
Osborne waiting on 100 after 9. So in terms of combined performance, the best standard.
Yeah, because we have had an
No
11
score.
from Jim McEwen.
Yeah, I don't want to leave you out, Chucky, if you're watching, which I'm sure you are. But the standard in that,
No score.
Pilgrim only got off 59, but then it was 180, 180, 82 out for him. Osborne having got off 100, 121, 180 and didn't get a shot.
No score.
This one's not got quite the same effect.
$108.
One at Lowman for Colin Osborne is maybe that every single one of the last 6 matches has all been won by the player throwing second.
39.
Yeah, that's a quite unusual trend because
59.
yesterday in our opening 7 matches, only 1 match was won against the throw. In our opening 7 today,
100.
only 1's been won with the throw.
$140. $66.
Pilgrim toasting.
58. $60. Now we require 136.
Doesn't follow it for the 136
87.
finish, and a little bit of a lazy dart at the double 16, taking it for granted. Not too much damage done.
100. Now we require 49.
Single 17. Oh. Infectious, missing the big numbers.
Game shot on the second leg. Darrell Pilgrim.
Finds a way in the end for 2-0. And is he going to
Third leg, it's
double
Darrell to
bagel
throw first.
Colin
Game
Osborne?
Well, I'm just going to try and get
51.
confirmation, but I'm pretty sure if he wins 3-0, that he would be through. Don't take my word for it just yet. We've got brighter people than me working on it.
160.
I think it's because of that leg difference. I don't think he can be caught.
Well, when him and Duff have still got 2 games left, the biggest swing could be 12, couldn't it? One wins both 3-0, one loses
140.
both 3-0. And he would be then 15 ahead on the leg difference, with Duff only able to catch up in points. So I think,
45.
yeah, we can confirm if he wins this 3-0, he is through to Saturday in no time at all.
135. 45. $59. $140. Now we have a 116. $84. Colin, you've acquired 111.
Well, Pilgrim then
51.
ready to throw
Now we
for a
require
place at finals
32.
night. Double 16 will get him there. Double 8. And still. And wait.
16. Colin, you've acquired 60. Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
Osborne does make him wait.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Yeah, the
Game
number
on.
crunchers have confirmed that he would be through with any victory. Darryl Pilgrim here. Even if he wins it by one leg, he's going to be
60.
13 legs clear of Duff, isn't he? And that swing can only be 12.
Yeah.
By the way, that in itself would be a mathematical miracle. It still wouldn't be enough.
108.
Especially the way Pilgrim's playing.
$180.
Well, Colin Osborne's not rolling over and having his belly tickled right now.
59.
Well, he's still got designs himself on Duff. If he can turn this around and get to 6 points,
180.
and he plays him in his last match of the day, so he's hoping that what goes up must come down, basically.
Yeah. Well, we saw
137.
Darryl with the 12,
Colin,
went
you've
on an
acquired
11
81.
after back-to-backs. Ooh.
28.
Had 5 180s in this. That's the most we've seen in any individual match so far in this format. So there's a record for the future.
99. Colin, you've acquired 53. Game shot on the fourth leg. Colin
Well, it is all
Osborne.
square. Osborne forces Pilgrim to serve it out.
Fifth and final leg, it's Darryl to throw
Do or
first.
die, isn't it, for Colin Osborne
Yeah.
this leg, this match?
And that's exactly what he didn't want to see.
108.
That double 16, which is so far been the most predictable of doubles to be hit by any player.
No score.
And that's the added pressure of this format. And you see your opponent start with a double on dart 1. The pressure mounts. And it affects your
100.
ability to throw.
Well, the thing is, it keeps mounting, doesn't it? Because it effectively becomes a handicap leg.
40.
And he gave Darryl Pilgrim a start of over 200 there.
$92.
Kevin Painter back in action against Mark Durbridge in our next match. And there,
140.
4 meetings this week equates to 2-2, so a final rubber between them for
100.
the Dublin Special Week.
95. Now we require 101.
This then to join Jim McEwen at finals night.
69.
Well, he's had a few darts to do so already. Hasn't yet crossed that line.
Well, 3 darts in hand. I certainly don't expect him to miss a double. He's hit with incredible regularity so far in
46.
this Group C
Now we
campaign.
require 32. Game
And it is
shot on the match.
Pilgrim's Place
Darryl Pilgrim.
once again at the MODUS Super Series finals night. He just gets there every time he comes here, and give him double trouble. It's no problem at all for Pilgrim, who once again averages north of 90. A 3-2 win against the dogged, determined Colin Osborne, who fought back to force a decider, but Pilgrim put him in his place when he kicked off by hitting double 16 straight away, and that's a big part of the reason that he will be in action on Saturday. Now attention turns to see who will join him, and 2 of the players in that fight, Mark Dudbridge and Kevin Painter, will play next. Welcome back. The race is on to make it through to finals night, but only one place up for grabs now in Group C, as Darryl Pilgrim has cemented his spot in the Saturday session. Neil Duff is in second place on 10 points. Mark Dudbridge is on third with 8 points. And Kevin Painter fourth with 6. So this is probably must win now in terms of the artist's chances. He's lost both of his games so far, going down to Darryl Pilgrim in the first game and then losing in a last leg decider to Neil Duff. Dudbridge
First
also
leg, it's
beaten
Mark to throw
by
first.
Duff, but got a 3-0
Game
win in his
on.
last game against Colin Osborne. If he wins, he moves into that second spot on leg difference. Incidentally, just a little side note, if Painter does beat Dudbridge here, then that would confirm Darryl Pilgrim as the group winner.
98.
Well, last time out, Kevin
No score.
was beaten by Neil Duff, agonisingly. 3-2. Things could have been so different for Kevin Painter.
180.
Mark Durbridge is renowned for that dogged determination
40.
and just inner belief. You almost feel sometimes that Painter's in
43.
a battle with himself and his opponent.
95.
I mean, has had the long session the last couple of days, Mace. Kevin Painter playing first and last games. Does that make any difference?
No, not at all. Everybody at some point will be in that scenario. I think Robert Thornton similar.
100.
Lisa played first yesterday.
Yeah, second today. So
Yeah, last on as well today, and actually against Kevin himself.
135. Mark the require.
It's
80.
general. Well, we use some software, don't we, that generates the games, and then they just get reversed.
68.
yeah, I think some players would prefer it rather than, the games are more spread out. Then you've always got a couple of games in between your fixtures where, for example, we're going to see Daryl Pilgrim,
85.
who just
Not
played
the
Colin
required,
Osborne, play
12.
again after this. Horses for courses, I suppose.
Yeah, and then you'll get breaks when you
Game shot on
when
the
you play
first leg.
sort of
Mark
not
Durbridge.
consecutive matches, but matches close together. That's
Second leg, it's
the
Kevin
software
to throw
that
first.
generates
Game
it to give everybody the same advantage.
Well, Kevin here determined to start on double 17
74.
in this match, it seems. Has he been watching last night and seen Connor Scutt?
38.
Gets there with dart 3.
Yeah, that's
180.
excellent stuff from the artist.
Well, both players don't have any quit in them.
45.
A lot of it is how much does either player have left. It's been a long
70.
week or so for them, and of course all the build up and the preparation for the seniors.
$140.
I almost think on a day like this when you're really trying to graft, you go into autopilot,
99.
try and shut down any emotion and just give it everything.
But
60.
he's managed to focus himself in this
required
leg, Painter. Is it a
78.
180 in it? 78 without Durbridge on a finish. Just needs to forget that.
38.
And correct that, which he does. What it does do is give Durbridge a chance to be on a finish, ready to punish if Painter fails to find the target with his next 3 darts.
98. Kevin to require 40. Game shot on the second
But he
leg.
doesn't fail.
Kevin Painter.
He levels. Huge, huge game this.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
How many players are going to be in that race? Colin Osborne having lost that previous game
98.
to Daryl Pilgrim is out of the race officially now. He can only get to 8 points, as can Lisa Ashton. So Painter still clinging
98.
onto contention. But if he wins the match, he's only 2 points adrift of Neil Duff.
Yeah, and the run-in. Neil's playing Daryl,
140.
then Lisa against Mark, then Colin against Kevin, and then Mark against Daryl, and then Neil against Colin,
60.
and the final match is Kevin against Lisa.
Again, speaking of optimism, not always associated with Kevin Painter, but if he wins this game, he's got the 2 players that can't go through.
Yeah.
134.
On throw at the moment.
121. Mark your record 129.
129 on offer here.
$57. $100. Mark your requires 72. $40. Kevin, you require.
Well, it's a chance for Painter. It's an outside chance, but it is a chance.
Oh, it's well within the locker of Kevin Painter. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, it is treble 18, but could go ball.
41. Mark your require 32.
He fancied just going for an open treble to leave a double, but was way off the
Gage on
mark.
the third leg.
And Mark is on the mark.
Durbridge.
2-1 and one away from really condemning
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw
Kevin
first.
Painter.
Game on.
Durbridge and
103.
Duff, of course, have already played, so Kevin Painter would not be officially out of contention. Oh, here we go.
101.
Yeah, we couldn't rule him out officially, but it would
81.
take every single one of the remaining results to go his way.
And we are talking about KP.
Yeah, and we're not just talking results, we're talking scorelines as well.
Yeah.
At that point.
58.
Yeah, double 19, treble 20 started this leg for
100.
Mark Durbridge, but since then it's Kevin Painter who's taken the initiative. He also started on double 19. I've never seen in all the years of the World Grand Prix so many players starting on double 19 as we have this week.
$26.
It's bizarre, some of the chosen in shots we're seeing.
There was a little fashion a few years ago
Full.
of starting on double 14, wasn't there? I think Simon Whitlock even went the other side of the board and started
Double
double 13, yeah.
Yep.
Because
Well,
they felt they could
Well, you're not worrying about
losing the weight.
yeah.
91.
You know, your lateral movement is your only worry, which is well, it eliminates one option if like tops is your big one, but down the side of the board, you go and play
60.
local league, double in, double out.
When you require
All the
100.
old boys will be down the side of the board.
Dead centre there for Kevin Painter. Showing
Gage
that
on the
fight
fourth
again
leg.
and taking the
Kevin
fight
Painter.
to Mark Durbridge. Last leg decider in this one.
Fifth and final
And this
leg,
is a
it's Mark
leg
to
that
throw
will
first.
determine
Game
whether
on.
Mark Durbridge puts himself into a provisional qualification spot or Kevin Painter really boosts his chances.
No score.
And Mark Durbridge doesn't get off.
Does Painter change plan here? Doesn't look like it. Well, that's a way off.
No score.
Couldn't punish the mistake by Dubby.
It's hard to change when you're in the midst of a match, but just thought when he'd seen Durbridge miss that target,
Go
maybe,
for a safer double.
yeah, 100%. Well, Durbridge is persevering as well. He blocked it with the first
No
dart.
score.
This is what double trouble's all about, though.
Yeah, you've got to be reactive, even more so in this format.
It's not just the game of darts, is it? It's a game of chess as well.
Absolutely.
No score.
Now, for me, Dubby's got to go down the side maybe 18s, maybe 16s.
Just hit anything. You as a dart player know how your darts behave, so you know where your most likely miss is. Some switch that.
53.
Well, it's the biggest switch.
And now Painter knows he has to hit. That in itself brings more pressure, but some players seem to perform more under pressure. Kevin Painter.
Just reading some, I mean, there is some nonsense online. It's mainly nonsense, but apparently by moving around, Kevin
No
Painter
score.
is cheating. The stage is absolutely rock solid. Now, if Mark Durbridge would have reacted, say the stage had a creak in it, or the reason this stage was purpose-built for darts is that players are freely available to move around without
134.
infringement on the opponent.
Yeah, well, there he is, Painter, finally off the mark. But yeah, you've played on that stage, and
It's
it was made
perfect.
so durable because of the amount of darts
118.
that's played on it.
Yeah,
It's not a pop-up like the majority of darts events are.
exactly. And they literally are a pop-up. This is, well, there's enough timber in that stage to build a house.
Well, Mark Durbridge has managed to take advantage of the 9
85.
missed doubles at the start of this leg for Kevin Painter
134.
and put Painter in a perilous position now, staring the tungsten trapdoor in the face.
62.
That will do. Good recovery with dart 3, finding trouble 18.
Oh, well, Painter has stopped there.
He's just disappointed he's found himself in this situation. And you graft to get back in a game. There's
58.
no worse a feeling than not being able
Marker
to
requires 72.
complete the job.
Durbridge hasn't quite completed it. Look, if Kevin Painter can miss 9 darts at the starter leg, Mark Durbridge can miss 9 at the end. That's what he's got to think.
Yeah, you're spot on.
$95. Marker require 40. Game shot and the match.
But he doesn't.
Mark
And
Durbridge.
it looks like that will be that for Kevin Painter. Bitterly disappointed, as you can see. Durbridge, though, is in a very strong position now to qualify. He moves in to second place. Leg difference, he leads Neil Duff by. Painter actually was 100% on checkouts at the end, but it was the ones he missed at the start of that final leg that cost him 9 missed doubles to get in there. And now Kevin Painter pretty much out of the race. Mark Durbridge certainly in it. He'll take on Lisa Ashton in a couple of games' time, but before that, the already qualified Darryl Pilgrim faces Neil Duff, who needs to respond.
Yeah, welcome back. Daryl Pilgrim has qualified for finals night. McEwen in making it to the Saturday session. And Chris Mason, it was always a matter of when rather than if, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's always had that control, and he's played with that control today. He's not panicked, and he looks like he's got some gears to go as well. It's gonna be a fascinating lineup, especially with him in it now alongside Jim McEwen.
Yeah, qualified by hitting that double 16 to beat Colin Osborne. We can recap all of the results so far today, and Pilgrim has been perfect. 3 wins from 3 for him. It was going that way for Neil Duff as well, but a great comeback from Lisa Ashton, followed by Dubbridge beating Kevin Painter, has really thrown things wide open.
Yeah, that result for Neil against Lisa may come back to haunt him in about an hour or so, because that could be massively significant, as could the win there for Mark Dubbridge against Colin Osborne. It's literally all to play for 2 or 3 players that are sat behind Pilgrim.
Yeah, that really was a big win for Mark Dubbridge, wasn't it? And again, as you say, it might come to bite Neil Duff losing to Lisa. Winning this match might be the moment that Mark Dubbridge just started to stake his claim.
Yeah, and what a lovely way to finish it off. 3-0, which would be massive in terms of leg difference, because something you noted very early on, how close those 4 players were in terms of leg difference, and I think it may come down to leg difference in the end.
Lisa Ashton won't be at finals night, but she is back in action next week, and we have seen today a marked improvement from her.
Yeah, maybe yesterday just came a little bit too early on. Monday a little bit too early on the back of a big weekend last weekend, and maybe she was just feeling a bit sore yesterday after the well documented operation. But she certainly looked a bit better today. Didn't hit a single 180 yesterday, and she's been rattling them in today, which is great to see, and that'll give her a lot of encouragement for next week. She will have the weekend off, but we'll come back on Monday and a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and that block bullseye we just saw, and a double 1 in that match against Neil Duff. Now, he's going to play next, Neil Duff, but against Daryl Pilgrim. So let's just go through the table to talk you through the situation. Pilgrim is the winner of this group, that is definite, but Duff suddenly finds himself outside the top 2 and playing Daryl Pilgrim. It could end up being out of his hands. He might need to beat Pilgrim here.
Yeah, this could play into the hands of Mark Dubbridge, of course, who, if he does, even if Neil Duff does win, it's still in Mark Dubbridge's hands in terms of points, because he has that superior leg difference. If Pilgrim is going to get beat, you can't see him getting beaten 3-0, can you? Not really. Not the way he's playing at the moment. Kevin Painter has taken himself out of the equation, as has Colin Osborne. So it is just down to the 2 of Dubbridge and Duff. And, well, I know Mark Dubbridge will be supporting in the Players' Lounge at the moment, and it will be, of course, Daryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, huge game this. Pilgrim already through to Saturday night, and that is what it's all about here at the MODUS Super Series.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, and what a week to come along to this fabulous setting. No better place to play darts, and a very unique way to watch darts as well. You don't really get that sort of up close and personal VIP feel at many events. You could be rubbing shoulders with the players, and it could include both of these men, particularly if Duff can get the job done over Pilgrim. Mark Dubbridge separating them at the moment. Pilgrim will be there. I suppose the time is to ask you the question, Mason. Will Neil Duff, or are you sticking with your pick at the start of the day with Mark Dubbridge?
First leg, it's
Well,
Darryl
Neil
to
did get
throw
the better of
first.
him yesterday. It was by
Game on.
the narrowest of margins, and Daryl did miss opportunities, of course, in that one. But you would think Pilgrim will be a lot more relaxed, knowing
No
that
score.
he's secured his spot. Or does he need to play with that certain element of adrenaline and that bit of fear factor? think his main thought
36.
process should be, right, revenge. I may well have to play this man tomorrow night, and I don't want to be playing him when he's got 2 up on me.
108.
Yeah, absolutely.
$60.
6 fixtures left to come. Ashton to take on Durbridge, Osborne, Painter. Those
59.
out of the race. Well, Ashton and Osborne 100% out of it. Kevin Painter would need a mathematical miracle.
Seen plenty of miracles here at the Live Lounge over the last year or so.
55.
Plenty of 9 darters. Love to see one double in.
$121.
Slightly wayward one. Even a single 19 there would have left Duff a much more favourable finish. 132.
139.
And it might matter because Pilgrim's found his way to one.
Needed the treble 20 to start this combination.
60. Dowie require 140.
And only 60 has left himself a little vulnerable. May only get a dart at the ball. May not get a dart at all. Well, there was so much bed open.
100.
Don't blame him
Dowie
for
require
staying there.
84.
2 12s.
Game
Big
shot
start.
first leg.
Big dart.
Neil Duff.
Big finish for Neil Duff.
Second leg is Neil to throw first. Game on.
Now, the other thing that we didn't really mention in a little chat we had there, Mace, was that, of course, Mark Durbridge also still has to play Daryl Pilgrim. So if he were to
No
beat them
score.
both, those results would cancel each other out. But if one of them can beat him, then it's very much going to be in their hands.
Never really felt that
55.
this group was going to play out without permutations. Just had that feel about it. I think after, well,
80.
we both agreed that we felt that Daryl would certainly qualify, if not win this group, and he's done just that.
100.
What we couldn't make our mind up was who was going to go through with him.
Yeah, that will be solved. And, of course, there are 3 players
140.
to join the Super Series party from Group B. And no certainties there. Usually if somebody goes through the card on a
59.
Thursday night, you know they're pretty much through, but no one managed to do that on night 1. Just shows the high quality, the high competitiveness of the week that has been put on for
60.
Double Trouble.
Yeah, one of our weekly specials, the Series 7, Week 1, gets underway on Monday,
58.
where one player will get the chance to qualify for Champions Week and take away over £20,000.
140.
Now there'll be some big names. Many of the names you've seen this week will be in action, spread across the series.
59.
And
Now we require 81.
a haul of players who, unfortunately for them, have lost their tour cards. Their loss, our gain.
Yeah,
61.
or people like Daryl Pilgrim
Now we
who
require
you would have backed to get one but
170.
didn't. Neil Duff, of course, never tried. He's happy doing what he's doing. And he'll be very happy with what he's doing in this match because he's on the brink of a 2-0 lead
Now
against
we
the league
require
leader here.
20.
Well, what I didn't anticipate happening is on the verge of
Change on
happening,
the
and that's
second
Neil
leg.
Duff winning 3-0.
Neil Duff. Third leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
And
No
that
score.
has just become a lot more likely, with Pilgrim failing to activate this leg.
Playing into the hands of Neil
40.
Duff, who eventually finds tops.
$146.
Well, better late than never. And getting the maximum that he can score going that way.
140.
Hasn't really bothered Neil Duff, but it has put Pilgrim pretty much back in charge of the leg.
Yeah, as long as he finds trebles and not those,
98.
that will do.
He's just waiting for a treble-less visit from Duff. Well, that's not coming, and I've been really impressed with the way that Neil Duff has stood up to this pressure.
90.
Has been mentioned the way that he can up his game as the week goes on. He seems to be doing that right on cue today.
140.
Great 140 from Darrell, and very much needed.
Yeah, Duff will know that 2-0 against Darrell Pilgrim is certainly not safe.
No. The way he's been playing so far in this Group B campaign, although that's a disastrous start, and how does he find the treble 20 from there?
$79.
I like that. Took his medicine.
Now we require 135.
Denied a dart at the ball for the match, but has left double
Now
18.
We require 38.
Double 19. Now, I'm surprised, actually, that Darrell Pilgrim's not a splitter.
Especially the way
22.
he's been hitting double 16.
Now we require 36.
Well, this was exactly what Neil Duff wanted, exactly what he needed,
Game
and exactly
shot of
what
the
he
match.
got. He does the
Neil
double
Duff.
on Darrell Pilgrim and gets a big light show. There's a mark of what he's done there. He enjoyed that. A 3-0 win over Mr. P, but it was Neil Duff who was Mr. Perfect in that one. 3 out of 5 on the doubles at the end, restricting Pilgrim to just 2 darts to win legs in that match. And Neil Duff once again becomes favourite to join Pilgrim in making it through to finals night. Mark Durbridge will have something to say about that when he takes on Lisa Ashton after this short break.
Welcome back. Up next, match number 11. Lisa Ashton up against Mark Durbridge, and that win for Neil Duff has forced the hand of Mark Durbridge, and he needs to respond. When they met yesterday, Dubby just edged out Lisa 3-2.
Yeah, both of them just won their last games 3-2 as well.
Twas
Ashton
against Lisa
over
to
Duff,
throw
that
first.
forced him really to beat
Game
Pilgrim, which he
on.
did. And Durbridge over Painter, also forcing Duff to beat Pilgrim. That's going to, if he gets through,
45.
going to go down as the result of the week, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll look back at that one result, and we can pick that out as
43.
the reason why he progresses to Saturday night, but plenty of work to do between now
60.
and that happening. Straight after this one, it is a dead rubber between Colin Osborne and Kevin Painter. And then it'll be a real big match for Dubby if
83.
he can win this one, as he will be playing Darryl Pilgrim. And when they met yesterday, it was Mark on
60.
the end of a 3-0 defeat. And the reason that 3-0 was so big was it puts Neil Duff back in a superior position in terms of leg difference.
180.
Yeah, of course, Duff's win against Pilgrim did confirm that Painter
100.
cannot qualify. He can't get any more than 10 points. So that mathematical miracle disappeared very quickly, didn't it? It is down to 2. One is already through. One is on your screen now.
100.
And Neil Duff has Colin Osborne left to play.
Well, there is always that
125.
risk, and it was something that we touched on, that when you do know you're qualified, the edge just comes off slightly, and I think Pilgrim is. Some players respond to that and are better when they play with freedom.
You require 111.
Some others need that motivation. Well, this will motivate Lisa. Oh, no. Missed the big 11.
71. Mark, you require 8. Game shot
There we
on
go
the
then.
first leg.
Eventually
Mark
crosses a
Durbridge.
line. Double 1 to give Durbridge a lead.
Yep, break a throw.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Lisa just reliving the moment she missed that big number, denying herself an opportunity to win the
103.
leg.
She will play Kevin Painter in the last game today. Neither player will be going
No
through to
score.
Saturday, but Ashton, remember, is playing next week, the first week of the new series.
Yeah, I think this has been an ideal build-up for her.
60.
Will no doubt enjoy a weekend rest and then come back firing Monday morning. Well, Lisa started on
60. Then 60.
Yeah, just checking that Mark Durbridge's score is also correct. Yeah, 103 followed by 60. Now Lisa started scoring.
111.
oh, the irony.
Yeah, she'll join Shane McGurk, Johnny Barnes, an ADC qualifier, Adam Mulder, former weekly winner.
Not the foot brother.
100.
Well, not that I know of. I'm not sure who's been turning up to these ADC events. Timothy Verbrugge and Nathan Gervin.
100.
Group C will be Jacob Gwynn, a really good youth player from Yorkshire, looking to follow in the footsteps of Tom Sykes here, the runner-up of the previous series. Adrian Gray, who well could have been a name to play the double start
60.
week this week. Jamie Kelling. And then in Group B, Tony O'Shea, hopefully back to fitness after having to withdraw from the World Seniors Championship.
180.
Reece Robinson, who always puts on a show at the Super Series, and a debut for the World Championship participant this year, Bhav Patel.
Got a nice throw. Just to confirm, the very first development tour of the year went to Danny Jansen, who was in absolutely fine form today, winning 5-4 in a great final against Owen Roloffs. Danny Jansen 99.28, Owen Roloffs 97.84.
80.
The Euro Tour 2 is underway, and when it gets to the latter stages, or if I see any key results, I will bring them to you.
I'm going to tease you now, Chris Mason, but I can confirm that Danny Jansen is going to play here at the Modus Super Series. When will be revealed
22.
soon.
Marker required 41.
Wow, he's not been stuck in an easy week.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, this match could be reaching its latter stage as Dubbridge doubles his lead.
So look, it's Lisa
Game
to throw
of
first.
cat and mouse between him and Neil Duff at the moment. Duff won 3-0. Dubbridge looking to follow suit.
108.
Trying to respond.
$118. $140. $134. $40. $62. $59.
Dubbridge tied on 12 points with Duff. If he wins this match, remember, just one leg between them as it stands, but he is now likely to go 2 legs clear, and it could come down to leg difference.
Yeah, because it was on 3-1 prior to the Duff match, wasn't it? So yeah,
Mark require 87.
Continue to have that 2-point gap.
Who has to rescue this? 85. Could go treble 19, could go treble 15. Great dart, that. For tops.
67.
Clips the bottom
Lisa
wire.
required 56. Game shot in the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
Lisa gets one back on throw. Dubbridge with that advantage of the break throw in leg 1. He now has the opportunity to serve it out for a 3-1 win, and his advantage in terms of leg difference would be reduced to just 1. There is the live table.
No score.
Literally every metric identical. It will then go down to the head-to-head, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Which Neil Duff...
Yeah, won today, but lost yesterday. And I think
158.
it was 3-2 today, wasn't it, to Duff? And Dubbridge won 3-1 yesterday, and it does go to legs 1 in the head-to-head. So Dubbridge would have the edge if everything was the same. Had they had the same scoreline, it would have then gone down to averages.
Yeah, not a fan of that idea. Remember when Colin Osborne missed out in the in finals night?
Yeah, well, that's what brought in the rule change of the 9-dart shootout, of course, which you've been a part of.
Yeah.
60.
That was very unpleasant.
Well, you got to leave the stage and leave them to it, didn't you?
Yeah.
The other two. Tony O'Shea and Richie Howson, who, if I remember rightly, opted not to go for the 25 ball.
21.
And if I also remember rightly, you then went on to beat Tony in the final.
I did, yeah. Took out 117 to win it or something like that.
Something like that.
116, I think.
One of those easy ones.
100.
I can honestly say that is
40.
the most physically demanding week of darts I've ever played.
Well, it got worse for you because that was week 12, which qualified you for week 13, didn't it?
94.
Dubbridge looking to qualify for day 6, which is finals
40.
day,
Mark your required,
trophy
36.
day, check day.
Game
And there is the check
shot
out.
and the match.
That gives him
Mark
the
Dubbridge.
best possible chance. He defeats Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 1. And Neil Duff and Mark Dubbridge can barely be separated, but Dubbridge does have the slender advantage now, both on 12 points, but he's better on leg difference, but does have to play Daryl Pilgrim in his final game. That is coming up after Colin Osborne takes on Kevin Painter. Well, it is going to be a close run thing here in the final encounters at the MODUS Super Series between two players, Mark Dubbridge and Neil Duff. They're going to play their games immediately following this one between two players who have been eliminated, Kevin Painter and Colin Osborne. And it just shows the strength of the week, Mesa, when you look at this pair of, well, former top professionals. Whenever they come here, they usually make it to finals night. Colin Osborne has got 4 points. Kevin Painter's got 6.
Yeah, and Colin Osborne's had so much success. A runner-up in Champions Week, of course. I think he's the, outside of Littler himself and Steve West, the most successful players that are currently available. Robert Owen had massive success, of course, down in Southampton before getting his tour card.
Well, a perfect start from the Wizard. Yeah, I believe he's won more matches than anybody else at the Super Series and
83.
Online League before it combined. In terms of win percentage, it would take some going to ever get better than Luke Littler did here.
No score.
Legend has it he had 150% win rate.
$42.
But for Sebastian Białecki, he could have well been a 3-time champion.
10.
Yeah, he was edged out in the semi-finals, isn't it?
It was indeed. Kevin Painter there snuck that into the double 5.
Just to give that some kind of credence.
60.
He won his first game today, Sebastian, in the Dev Tour with an average approaching 103.
A good player.
44.
He was doing good stuff around this time. A couple of years ago, hit a 9-darter at the UK Open. He reached was it a quarter-final?
Did he have a 9-darter here?
He did, yeah, in the very last
60.
leg of a day.
Yeah.
$100. Colin, you've acquired 96.
Difficult position this for both players, but old pros like this pair won't want to go out with a whimper, knowing the race is run. And Colin
Game
Osborne
shot
cleans
the
up a
first
nice
leg.
96.
Colin Osborne. Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. $78. No score.
Well, you don't need to
60.
start on a double with every visit, Kevin.
$32. $70. $41. $140.
Good response from Kevin. This leg was a struggle in leg 1.
100. Kevin, you've got 153. $59.
Yeah, they're basically reverse roles for leg 2.
$100. Kevin, you've acquired 94.
Good dart, double 8. As Osborne
Game shot in the
peers over
second
his
leg.
shoulder like a
Kevin
meerkat.
Painter.
Yeah, I think if Colin would have been on a finish,
Third
we
leg,
may
it's
have
Colin
seen
to throw first.
Kevin go the double route and play the percentages.
$10. No score. $140.
Certainly the players look to be strong on throw right now.
They're taking it in turns here, aren't they?
40.
Painter finally off the mark, dart 6, but already 110 behind by that point. Dubbridge,
90.
Pilgrim next. Now that's going to be huge. Just looking at it, if Mark Durbridge can somehow do
97.
what Neil Duff did and beat Darrell Pilgrim 3-0, then he will be through.
125.
He also would be through if he beats him 3-1, because even if Neil Duff were to get a 3-0 win, they'd have the same points, the same leg
58.
difference, but
Colin
Durbridge would have
Maguire,
won
136.
one more leg than Neil Duff.
Well, Dubby will be hoping the version that turned up against Darrell turns up against him.
96.
Sorry, the version that of Darrell that turned up against Neil. Because when they did meet yesterday, the kind of result Mark needs, he was on the end of. Darrell winning 3-0.
Colin, you require 40.
Tops here for Osborne.
$35. $100. Colin, you require 5.
Double 2.
1. Kevin, you require 117. $77. Colin, you require 4.
Well, Painter's got himself down,
Game shot.
and that's the frustrating thing, isn't it, in
Colin
this
Osborne.
chasing game that is double start. They can miss and miss and miss,
Against
and
Kevin
when you
to
get
throw
near them,
first.
inevitably they hit. And just to confirm that if Durbridge does win 3-0 in the next game, he'd actually end up winning the group.
65.
He would get a 6-leg swing to go level on leg difference with Darrell Pilgrim, but he would have won more legs than Pilgrim. Any other outcome in that match, Pilgrim is the group winner.
No score.
He is already through, but it's going to be down to Durbridge and Duff.
$66.
Neil, of course, still has Colin to play.
$32.
Yeah, Durbridge, in a way, under the league's pressure because he gets to go first and do it without Duff being able to affect it, but also under the most pressure
54.
because he plays Darrell Pilgrim, of all people.
100.
And then tonight, we'll get even more interesting with 3 players going through from 5 and none of them as good as through yet. The best performance was Connor Scott winning 3 out of 4. But all to play for in Group B
97.
between Scott, Thornton, Wilson, Whitehead and Brown.
Yeah, fascinating group. Everything that we expected it to be.
Kevin Painter here is in danger of bookending
30.
his
Kevin, you
week
require
with winless
138.
days. Lost all 5 on Monday. This would be 4 straight defeats if Osborne gets the better of him here.
58.
He's narrowly lost his last couple of matches 3-2. He was comprehensively beaten in his opening match 3-1.
100. Kevin, you require 80.
Another single 20. It's going to have to be a good dart, this one.
40.
Pick the right portion.
You require
Just couldn't quite execute it. We'll come back with a clear look and 3 darts in hand.
52. Kevin, you require 40.
Nails
Game's on the
tops.
4 flag. Kevin Painter.
It'll be interesting to see what double he now opts to start on after it in tops with 1.
5th and final leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
A good show of respect between the two players. Even a match that to you or I might not mean
No
anything.
score.
It still means everything when you're on the hockey, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And Colin will want revenge from the
51.
3-0 drubbing Kevin gave him yesterday.
$105.
These two really good pals, ex-practice partners, roommates.
$125.
Live very close to each other, so more often than not would travel together as well.
Well,
42.
pride at stake at the moment, and Painter certainly won't want another pointless day. It's not the way he would want to leave this week.
60.
Has made a couple of finals, Kevin Painter. Hasn't quite made it through to a Champions Week yet, but has come close. As
47.
Chris said, Colin Osborne has been all the way to the big grand final at a Champions Week. Only scuppered by some young whippersnapper.
127.
16-year-old lad. Wonder what happened to him.
138 then for Painter. And
43.
time on his side as well.
38.
Another. Just having to check with the on-the-ball
98.
referee Owen Binks what's left.
Well, it was a bit of a happy accident, the treble 7, because it left him 60, of course.
So Tops
58.
to finally
Require
pick up
40.
a win on what has not been a
Game
strong Friday
shot
for
on
Kevin
the
Painter.
mat.
That's why there's
Kevin
no
Painter.
big happy reaction from the artist. Good respect between him and Colin Osborne, but Painter gets a win. It's too late to affect the league table, but the artist sees off Colin Osborne by 3 legs to 2. Now the big matches that certainly will affect the league table are coming up next. Mark Durbridge first out to play, but he has got to deal with the league leader Daryl Pilgrim, and then Neil Duff will take on Colin Osborne. Do not go anywhere. Right then, it has come to the crunch in this group. And it is Mark Durbridge who is first out between him and Neil Duff. You're looking at second and third place here. They're the two players fighting it out to join Daryl Pilgrim to qualify. Now, this is a really interesting dynamic. Chris Mason is alongside me, Chris Murphy, to talk you through it. And the reason is Durbridge has the advantage in the league table, but he does have to play the man above him, which makes it very, very difficult.
Yeah, he's on 12 points, as you can see. He's +1 above Neil Duff in leg difference and 1 in front in legs 1. If he wins this 3-0, 3-1, then it makes the Neil Duff-Colin Osborne match irrelevant. However, if he loses, he'd then have to, if Durbridge loses, he'd then have to rely on Colin Osborne defeating Neil Duff.
Yeah, perfectly put. Durbridge through with a 3-0 or 3-1 win. If it is 3-2, then he'd rely on Colin Osborne just getting a leg for him against Duff. But the most likely outcome of these two fixtures, just based on what's happened before, I'm sure the bookies would have it like this as well, is Durbridge loses and Duff wins. And that would be points that separate them. There is also another scenario here that we haven't mentioned yet. Mark Durbridge beats Daryl Pilgrim 3-0. He will actually top the group.
Yes, that would be remarkable. I think his main focus, just get the win, any win.
First leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Put the pressure on Neil Duff. The only thing we're sure of right now
38
is that Daryl Pilgrim is safely through. And once that had been confirmed, it was his worst performance of his Group
32.
C campaign. And that came against Neil Duff, and he was beaten 3-0.
$59.
Well, Durbridge just have the darts, of course. We have mentioned it this week. It doesn't
60.
really make as big a difference as it would in the standard format, but both players getting off with dart 3, so that advantage stands for Mark Durbridge in this leg.
81. $57. $96.
Well, Mark already with a healthy advantage.
$60.
That would be music to his ears.
$43.
Back comes Pilgrim.
140.
Important visit this for Mark Durbridge. This is very, very timely.
136. Derry Rock 152.
2 treble 20s. And double 16. Which has been his friend so far this week.
64. Market required 48. Game shot in the first leg. Mark Durbridge. Second leg is
Durbridge takes the opening leg. Daryl Pilgrim's not going to let him win it easy, is he?
108.
Off with that double 16. Durbridge up and running. What's his counter?
118. $180.
Well, there is a counter. 118. How about 180?
Look, ooh.
140.
Interesting thing here is that Matt Durbridge is still in a position where he
59.
could win this group. It doesn't feel like he's had anywhere near as good a group as Darrell Pilgrim has.
Nope. Not even close. It's just the strange dynamics of
58. Darryl
Group
require
C.
154.
He won't win it if Pilgrim wins this leg, which he's got every chance of doing. With Durbridge not on a finish.
58.
But that's the minimum requirement that we just saw from Pilgrim. He might have just, I don't want to say opened the door here for Mark Durbridge, but maybe the cat flap at least.
43.
went for the ball. That was a
Darryl
long way
require
off. It was most definitely the right play.
Game shot in the second.
There we go.
Darryl
Pilgrim wins the group. Does he win the match?
Thurl against Mark to throw first. Game on.
The doubling in from both has been exceptional.
115.
Well, that is a wayward one, but really puts it right.
89.
Wow. Fair play to Darrell Pilgrim, because that dart could have been a bit of a distraction there, but he went all around it perfectly.
140.
Proper game of darts, this one so far.
Yeah, checking in more efficiently than most
60.
hotels I've ever stayed at.
$135.
Checking out better than those budget supermarkets, Mace. Perfect on the outer ring so far, one apiece. At the end of legs.
60.
So you would say if
On
Mark
the ball,
Durbridge hits a treble
111.
here, then he'll get the lead.
Tops.
71.
Unexpected dart in double area.
$84. Mark require 40.
It would be an unexpected finish, wouldn't it, for Darrell Pilgrim to lose his last two matches? He's not going to go for it, is he?
32.
Sensibly leaves double four, gives him a look at a different double.
I think where players might get in two minds there is they just want to get the leg won as quickly as possible,
38.
but
Mark
safety
require
first.
8.
He has allowed Pilgrim to leave a finish. He's elected to leave the big finish with that single 13.
Game
He
shot
will not
in
get a go
third
at it.
leg. Mark Durbridge.
So,
Fourth leg against Darryl to throw first.
if Mark Durbridge wins this leg, then he qualifies.
And no,
no
start.
score.
This is massive. This is his biggest visit of his campaign. Needs to get off. And doesn't.
No score.
Well, we thought that Neil Duff had recovered that defeat to Lisa Ashton when he beat Darrell Pilgrim, but it still might haunt him.
If Durbridge doesn't win this match,
108.
his previous three darts will haunt him.
No score.
6 darts without a starting double.
$100. 120.
Remember, if Durbridge wins the match 3-2, then Neil Duff has to be perfect against Colin Osborne. But if Durbridge loses the match, then of course Duff just has to win.
85. $134. 81. Dowry required 59.
To take us all the way.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
4
Darryl
holds of
Pilgrim.
throw. We go to a decider. Mark Durbridge will
Fifth
be
and final leg, it's Mark to throw first.
hoping the
Game
trend
on.
continues.
Whatever happens now, he's going to have to wait around and see what Duff does against Colin Osborne next.
Will it be a
77.
doof, doof moment?
Oh, Pilgrim just won't give him any peace.
108.
He would love another max. Not have one in this match. Duff with Darryl with the only
55.
180, and that's the first slip.
Confidently switching down to that treble 19.
134.
Pressure piled on.
Yeah, needs a biggie.
Have to give full credit to Mark Durbridge for his focus and the way he's approached this
83.
match. There's been no panic evident in his expression anyway. Might be like a swan. Serene on the outside, but paddling away under the water. But we haven't seen any of the sort of flapping about,
No.
the world's against me kind of stuff that we might see from other players.
Well, by the looks of it,
59.
he will
Dowry
become a
required
huge
157.
Colin Osborne fan in the next match.
Going from bottom to top here, Darryl Pilgrim.
78.
But it offers a slight bit of optimism, doesn't it?
Yeah, may only end up with a dart at tops off of the 79. Or, of course, a dart at that horrible double 11. Well, 2 of them.
Yeah, but it's a double that is
Dowry
described as horrible
required
because it's
79.
jeopardy. Now it doesn't matter because Durbridge hasn't left to finish. He's going for the double 11. And he's hitting
Game
it.
shot on the match.
And therefore denying
Darryl
Durbridge
Pilgrim.
a crucial victory and handing the initiative to Neil Duff, who will have a simple equation in the next game when he faces Colin Osborne. For Duff, it's win and you are in. And that would be at the expense of Mark Durbridge, who goes down 3-2 to the group winner, Darryl Pilgrim. Well, the time has come for Neil Duff to do the business. Mark Durbridge's defeat to the group winner Daryl Pilgrim has meant that that's all Duff needs to do. Beat Colin Osborne and he will be through. He will move on to 14 points. If he loses, Durbridge will stay in second place and qualify alongside Pilgrim. The question is, does Duff get it done? And we will find out over the best of 5 legs. Double start, remember, this week. So there's always that little bit of extra pressure, as we saw in that last game when Durbridge had a flying start but ended up losing the match.
Yeah, it was a missed opportunity in leg 4. Multiple missed darts to get off. So
First leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Ready to go. Neil
Game
has
on.
the honour. And incredibly, that has been no advantage today.
$101.
10 of the 13 matches today, just proving our point with regards to how the double in affects
40.
the throw. 10 of the 13 matches a day have been won against the throw.
$100. $59. $140.
Strong start. 101 away. Ton, followed by a 140.
140. Now we have a coin 160.
Won't be followed by a 160 for Neil Duff.
100.
But he has left himself on 60 after just a dozen darts.
92. Now we are
Colin has left to finish, just in case. Apologies for the picture quality.
Game shot in the first leg.
Slight
Neil Duff.
technical issue.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. $80. No score. $96.
Yeah, good response there for Neil Duff. It would be easy to get into a difficult mindset there with Osborne off and him not.
140.
The next edition, Mace, here at the Super Series is to get a camera on the player that's waiting and hoping somewhere in the building.
60.
That is Mark Durbridge.
Yeah, he'll be going through the ringer right now.
$40.
Well, if he gets all of these, well, he won't now, but he would have left to finish.
100.
There's one more match still to come. Kevin Painter and Lisa Ashton signing off their week.
$113.
Okay. Well, it worked.
$85. Colin, you require 32.
Yeah, you can see it. He's decided like the checkout's not that important in this visit.
On the second
And it
leg.
also shows the
Colin
integrity of the
Osborne.
man that he's thinking more about winning the leg in the most professional way than actually producing some fireworks.
Yeah, well, we've seen it with Mark Durbridge against Steve Brown on Wednesday, didn't we, in the final match? A win for Steve Brown, and he's through.
60.
And those two are great pals, of course. That's in.
80. $60.
Remember a match prior to this one went on throw all the way to the last leg before Darryl Pilgrim produced a bit of magic.
60.
Yeah, we know that Colin Osborne is more than capable, and more importantly, Neil Duff knows that as well, doesn't he?
59.
He will have had many a battle with the Wizard. Most of them in this tournament, in all of its previous guises as well. They've been there pretty much from the start.
Yeah, pretty much two of the ever-presents.
83. 60. 100. Here we require 161. 95. Colin, you require 141. 85. Now we require 66.
Good dart. Double 18.
Game shot.
Massive amounts of pressure on that double 18 with Colin Osborne waiting on 56 to break throw.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Effectively put Neil Duff right on the back foot.
No score.
And that is music to the ears of Neil Duff.
80.
Who now is 421 points away from a place at finals night. Osborne ready to play chaser.
79.
Ready to bat for Mark Durbridge. 1 point between them, but Duff has these darts in hand. He will want to get it done in this leg. No drama of a decider, please, is what he's thinking.
Yeah, he wants to get it done here and now. Credit to Colin Osborne. He mentioned that word, integrity. I can assure you, after that first dart, Neil Duff would have been expecting a max. At least a 140.
$85. 140.
Well, he's almost there. Earlier, when he lost to Lisa Ashton, Duff would have thought he was done.
Yep. Well, we did.
Now we require
Wasn't until we looked at the math and realised it could still be done.
Then a brilliant performance against Darryl Pilgrim. And an equally good one here against Colin Osborne. And Duff does the business.
Neil Duff.
Denying Durbridge and booking his place at finals night at this Super Series special double trouble. Colin Osborne Played a decent game of darts himself, but Duff was just too strong. He goes through with Daryl Pilgrim. We do have one more fixture to fulfil in this group. It's Kevin Painter against Lisa Ashton, and it's coming next. One last dance then here at the Super Series for Lisa Ashton and Kevin Painter on this double in, double out tournament. Ashton will be back next week, by the way. She is part of the first week of Series 7. The artists' double trouble ends in disappointment, as it does for Lisa Ashton. Painter began this week with 8 straight defeats. He got a real upturn in form in the middle of the week, but as can happen at the Super Series, Mace, you can mistime that run. He had what is kind of regarded as a wasted Wednesday, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think he played with a little bit more freedom on Wednesday, and that was the result. I've said it before. I think Kevin.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw.
He's one of those players that
Game on.
Just tries so hard. I think he can get so emotionally invested it affects his performance level. We may see him here produce a good performance because he's playing with freedom.
$33. $61. $100. $60.
A reminder, Daryl Pilgrim and Neil Duff, the two that go through, they join Jim McEwen. We're going to have a chat with Neil Duff after this game, see what he makes of it. McEwen, of course, tipped him, Mace, to join him.
Yeah, he did.
Finals night.
78.
We'll ask Duff the same question about tonight.
He was certainly on our shortlist alongside Mark Durbridge, the top of the show.
100.
We felt that one of those two were the most likely. The bookies felt the
140.
consistency of
Lisa require 88.
Durbridge may play its part, but it was the
Game shot in the first leg. Lisa
it was the
Ashton.
levels that Neil Duff found and the timing of them.
Lisa to throw first.
We did
Game
fear
on.
the worst after he was beaten by Lisa Ashton.
By the way, plenty of bonus content on the MODUS Super
score.
Series YouTube channel, so when the broadcast ends, it doesn't mean your viewing has to end. And across all our social media channels at MSS Darts, for
78.
Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We've got a TikTok channel as well. And Lisa Ashton's actually been giving her answers to the quickfire questions.
No score.
If you want to get to know one of the legends of ladies darts better, have a look at that.
84.
Quickfire leg for Ashton to win the first, done in 15.
Yeah, courtesy of a wonderful Max.
65.
She's up and running in leg 2 after missing 3 darts to break.
59. $125.
Certainly a different player to the one we saw yesterday, that's for sure.
95.
Yeah, and maybe, as you mentioned right at the top of the show today, she may benefit from that weekend break.
41.
I'm assuming she won't return to Lancashire before Monday.
I wouldn't have thought she'd want to endure all that travelling. It's not like it's just up the road.
I do say it, though, ignorantly sometimes, that darts players are going to have a couple of days off, and then I find out they've been playing in tournaments left, right and centre in between.
Well, when Luke Litter was down here, he was playing in the local tournament, wasn't he, on the Wednesday night?
One of the best stories in regard to that,
60.
actually,
Lisa require
was
170.
the World Seniors in Blackpool last year. Champion of Champions, Leonard Gates, won the golden ticket qualifier. Played his
98.
quarter-final
Kevin
in the
require
TV
80.
event, then played a couple of tour events that night, and then went and won the TV event the next day.
Well, the Americans are used to that. I think
Game
we
shot
spoke
the
about
second
before.
leg. Kevin
We'd travel
Painter.
over for ranking tournaments, fly in, get there on the Friday, dump the bag straight down to the
So like it's Kevin to throw first.
into the venue, which was more often than not part of the hotel complex. Play luck of the draw. Up at 7:30 the next morning, you'd literally be playing tournament after tournament after tournament until
61.
9, 10 o'clock at night. And you do that for 2 days solid. So for the Americans, that was pretty normal.
Yeah, that was the Choo Choo Classic and alike, wasn't it? If you thought Double Trouble was an outlandish name for a tournament, just have a look at some of the names of the American events.
Yeah, they are remarkable. Plenty of thought goes into those.
100. $140. 40.
Penny looking favourite in leg 3.
Yeah, in control of this one. Certainly is now. Ooh. Quite happy with his
95.
grip on the dart. Just looking down there as if there may have been something in there.
26. They only require 105.
Bull tops or 57-16 double. Oh, that's 105.
No score.
That master out you're on about, Mur.
Yeah, not this week, Kevin.
Not ever.
95. Kevin, you require 105.
We'll play it again. Don't do it again.
Made sure.
Game
Nicely
shot in the
done.
third leg.
Well rescued.
Kevin Painter.
Took out 105 twice. Once master out, once the traditional.
Well, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
could invent our own game. I mean, it may already exist, but you have to start on a double but finish on a treble.
No score.
Double 19 has become a big part of this
53.
week, and that's something I had never really expected. Treble 19 is becoming a bigger part of Lisa Ashton's game as well.
$140. $59.
Well, this one's Kevin Painter's to lose from here. 93 points the lead, plus these.
100. $47.
Yeah, looks like he may well sign off with a victory.
140.
Nearly signed off with a max.
$92. Kevin, he requires 68.
68 then for a 3-1 win. Didn't start playing until he was out of contention. I think we saw that earlier in the week from Kevin Painter as well. Mace mentioned it Wednesday. He knew he wasn't going to get through Group A. And it seemed the same today. Once he's out, he's going to have won both of his matches.
Yep. And averaging into the 80s.
Kevin, he required 20.
2 10s.
Game
And the artist
and the match.
lands
Kevin
the winning double,
Painter.
wins the final match of Group C, but nor he or Lisa Ashton will be going through to finals. Now, Ashton will return next week. Kevin Painter can leave the stage with a smile on his face. He wins 3-1, but it is Pilgrim and Neil Duff who go through, and we'll be talking to Duffman in a few minutes. Yeah, welcome back. Neil Duff has made it through to finals night on Double Trouble. Neil, went right to the death there, didn't it?
Yeah, in fairness, my flight was booked and all to go home. The way I've been playing all week, it's been the strangest week. I don't think I've ever played as bad, but with little flashes of greatness among it. You know, it's strange.
Mace, you've said before that you feel that Neil does have the tendency to improve as the week goes on. Do you think we've seen that again?
Yeah, I don't think he... well, I know he doesn't get too emotionally invested. He takes it as it is and he doesn't get bogged down by it. We've seen other players...
I had a wee bit of both, but I couldn't score. It's the double in, it is harsh in the best of 5. I did panic a little bit there in that last game. When I went 1 each, I kind of went... Because I know what I have to do. But... yeah, I kept the composure and got it done. Yeah.
And again, it's all about combining. We have seen the elements of his game. It's all about combining that and getting it right on one night. And
more often than not, you'll see that from a lot of players. They'll have in different performances, but somewhere along the line, pretty much every World Championship, someone dodges a bullet somewhere in there. You need that element of luck, and you need all the stars to align. And if they do, then he could be picking up another title.
It takes a wee bit of pressure. I need to be kind of like, I've done Darrell Pilgrim back to back today and yesterday. That's the kind of game that I'm up for. And then I kind of went in against Lisa, 2-0 up, absolutely cruising.
Switch off.
Couldn't have put 6 darts closer to double 5.
No, that was remarkable. Someone incredibly put online choke, and I'm like, tell me you don't play darts without telling me you don't play darts. It was remarkable. I've never seen that, because he's actually said in comments, if he puts it anywhere near it, it's going in.
That's it. That's always one on the outside, and it's come off it. And actually, when I went the first 3, I kind of smiled. I went the 4th one, I'm chuckling to myself inside. 5th one didn't go. 6th one actually went between. The first dart was touching the wire, and the 3rd dart went in between that there. So, yeah, that's choking.
You just mentioned a couple of key results there. Let's just show you all the results for the day. Look, when you did lose to Lisa Ashton, you had to respond against Darrell Pilgrim, didn't you? You just said you just got yourself up for the big match. And also, you left Mark Durbridge having to play that player to get through.
But yeah, also losing Lisa put me under a lot of pressure then, come the latter stages there, because if Mark had won that game there against Darrell, I was out, I was gone. So, yeah, but that's that old phrase that Mace repeatedly says, champions find a way to win, and yeah, I've ground it out, and I'm happy to be there tomorrow night.
Yeah. Said it a couple of times today. We'll just show you how you did grind it out in the end. You had to win that match against Colin Osborne. Look, you know what he's capable of as well. You don't want to give him a shot at that 1-2. What we were saying in comms, just get you to confirm this for us, that you would have really wanted to get it done 3-1 and avoid a last leg decider.
Absolutely. And I think over the course of the week, I probably had more 3-2s than anyone else. A few times where I've been 2-0 up, and then, I don't know, the switch off, just lose focus. And because it's best of 5, it's so easy just to get turned so quickly. So I can't.
They're not going to just make it difficult with double start. They've shortened the format.
2 really hard groups.
Yeah.
So,
2 incredible groups.
Yeah. I mean, you don't give chances away, and if you give chances away, you're going to get punished for them. And I've repeatedly done it all week, but today was the first time I felt like nailed off the dart throw. I didn't. I had a bad weekend at the seniors, didn't play anywhere near the can. Yeah, so hopefully I've saved the best tomorrow.
And winning 4 out of 5 in this group, you know, we waxed lyrically yesterday, Darrell Pilgrim doing it, and he's done it today and deservedly takes his spot.
Yeah, not just this group, but this format as well. How have you found it, the double start and the best of 5?
I love double start. It would be I run 2 or 3 competitions in my bar every year, and I always try and throw one double in, double out into it. It's kind of best of 9. It's a big difference. And it's a lot of pressure up there for best of 5, you know. But I kind of, when I knew which group I was in, I knew Darrell was going to be the guy. He's on form. He's playing really good darts. And for me to come away with the 2 wins against him means a lot to me.
Well done. We're just going to dot the I's and cross the T's, show you the story of the week so far. Of course, there are still 3 places up for grabs, but Neil has got one of them. Darrell Pilgrim also going through from this group, and Jim McEwen, who actually tipped you to get through when we asked him the other day. So Group B tonight, Steve Brown, Robert Thornton, Connor Scott, James Wilson, Conan Whitehead. I'm going to ask both of the men alongside me for a name for tonight. Play pundit for a moment.
Well, I'd say Connor. Connor. I put the 3 of them, Connor, Conan, Rob Thornton.
There we go, all 3. You don't have to do any, mate, if you don't want.
Connor was my pick from the off. You could make a case for everybody else in there. It's so much to play for. That Group B is just fascinating because of the fact that 3 from 5 can do, so you're never really out of it.
Connor's a bit of he's a referee's nightmare.
Yeah,
also,
I wouldn't want to spot for him.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well done today. We'll see you Saturday, Mace. We'll see you tonight. And we hope to see you tonight as well, live from 10 p.m. for the conclusion of Group B, where I'm sure there will be a cliffhanger, but not for this man. Duff is through to finals night.
slightly out of
on the
form and
second leg.
running into a
Duff.
very hot Neil Duff.
Mentioned this 1-2-6 earlier, has to start in the 19s this time. Double six. Well, he saved his best shot right at the end in Neil Duff. Colin McGarry was superb in his demolition of young Bram.
Yeah, that was
first load.